Did that work? Okay. I think stream is up. Let me sign in. Where's my TTS? What? Hold on. Refresh cache.
Hydrate.
There it is. Okay. Had to just refresh it. Online bot just broke for a little quick second. Okay, open this. Yo. Let's start with Ishin, who technically ruined our run last night. So long as you play Sekiro, I mean, then you haven't been around for the last several days. I guess you stream, not a VOD. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Yo. Not great, but good morning. Yeah, not morning here. Definitely not morning here. Oh! In my head, I knew what to do, and then I just executed wrong. Ja. Ja is Ja. Yeah, let's... Yeah, she gained just barely enough distance on me that it missed. Sag was the first J emote. Yes, as far as I know. Started with Sag. Okay, nice. Then came Midge. Yeah, right after. There were no others, for sure. Other Souls people use J too? Yes. I mean, it's just common emote things. It's just relatively common Twitch things. Elden Ring. Okay. Koki Shaky J. Oh, that's not good. Ah, the wall. I knew it would happen too. You can't slide past him when there's the wall. Well, that was interesting. You can't get a death blow on an aerial deflect, I think. Because otherwise it would have. Dunge Eater. That's... See, not everything is an emote. That's not... Yeah, she just keeps just getting that little bit of distance that's supposed to not happen at all with this strat. Yeah. You try the Lenny Bonkai Miss strat. Ah, that's a good strat. I should try that. Dorchi's Ishin like Genny? Yes, kinda. It's just slower. Slower if you have a good mortal draw. It's actually is used in Shura No Air Swim speedruns. Man. Big time loss if you missed the last one. If you miss not the last one, it doesn't matter that much, but... Uh-oh. I'm probably gonna get fire and die here. Yep. Tried. Was it your friend's place? You told him to try Sekiro? Did, but he literally cheesed Demon of Hatred. It was his first playthrough. In one day, you convinced your friend to try the game, and he got all the way to Demon of Hatred, and then while you were there, looked up the cheese? That seems unlikely. Or is the timeline not quite in that order of events? There we go. Okay, honestly, as good as you can make that up. Okay. Have you tried the vat of acid? Well, I think that's a thing in this game. I don't think that's it. He was playing Fallout 4 and discovered an ammo duplication exploit. Proceeded to make 5,000 mini nukes. Can never have too many bombs. True. You discovered it? Nice. Discovering exploits is like some of the coolest stuff you can do in a video game. Looking up an exploit, you know, it can still be fun, but it hits a lot different when you discover it yourself. Yeah, that was weird. Discovered mean I uncovered it. I was on the wiki page. Well, that's not... Okay, then that's a lot less... That's a lot less cool then. I mean, still, you know, nice to have infinite mini nukes, but... Always find unfun bugs like a hole to drop under the map rather than exploits, yeah. Okay, that worked. Uh-oh. The doorway of certain death. It was actually not the doorway of certain death this time. Because he didn't do Ichimonji. A lot of exploits are so niche, like who would do that? That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You know, you're not supposed to find them. So if you do find them, go through a wall by entering your power armor. Because you look joystick in a certain direction. Yep. Okay. Good recovery. I could tell she was slipping out a little, so I had to aim more at her so that it wouldn't miss. Had to let her attack, but did a good recovery. Why was that so slow that my Yash ran out? That does not normally happen. I knew it would be a little slow because he did the stalling, deflect, then stand around doing nothing. I didn't think it would be that slow. Okay. Nice. The reason you do the jump death blow? Because it's faster. Because it speeds up the time from when you death blow to it actually going to the next phase with Ishin. The mid-air deflects, they're so good. Out of Acid is an episode from Rick and Morty that ended up winning an Emmy. Oh, I see. I simply don't have the IQ to be able to understand the subtleties of Rick and Morty, so. Unfortunately, 'twas a reference I did not get. That works. Nice. Whenever you're in doubt, trust the vat. Okay. Yo, Max Stank. Thank you for the sub, Mitch. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Do I play PS2 games? Not in a very long time. I did when PS2 was the most recent PlayStation. A Ghost Rider meme, but Nicolas Cage turned into Pickle Rick. And then Pickle Rick said, I'm Nicolas Cage. That sure is a meme. Yo, what up, Zelnara? Ooh, that's real bad. That is a partial mortal draw for sure. Yeah, I think I kind of had to do that to avoid the fire, but now the kill will be a little slow.
Bankai.
Bankai. Yo, Foxtronude. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Bankai. How many hours I have on Sekiro? Like 4,000. 4,000 something. Banka. My bad. I thought she might have posture broken on that hit, so I didn't go for one more, but... cost me the stomp. See, I don't know why he does that sometimes. Supposedly, that shouldn't be possible. Supposedly. But when has he ever followed what is and isn't supposed to be possible? What's my Bonkai? I have never seen Bleach. I don't know what a Bonkai is. All I know is that people say it as they do the big move that kills the boss. And then oftentimes you miss with it and don't kill the boss, and then it's really funny. So I say it and I have no idea what it is. Switch to RE9, you need the badge. You just go find an RE9 streamer. Go to Spicy, who's setting world records on Inferno runs. Sub to Spicy real quick. My special move? Can it be like air swim? Can air swim be my Bonkai? I'm dead. Yep. Wanted to see if rolling away after a death was better, but no, seems to be much worse. He dead. Heard you can air swim in real life. That's why it's my Bonkai. Sounds like an anime explosion that has extreme hacks, insta kills everyone, and aura farms. I guess it'd be Mortal Draw then. Ichimonji. I do love me some Ichimonji. Ichimonji was my combat art of choice casually. Mostly because it didn't cost any spirit emblems. But also just... oh, whoops. Wasn't paying attention. Also just excellent aura farming of just hold your sword above your head and then slam it down on them. Spicy says thanks. He's welcome. That's the tough one, too. That's the RNG where you have to do it perfectly or else you die. But I did it perfectly. Easy. Use it for the exact same reasons. Yep, yep. See, you give players a limited resource and then any way to not spend that resource, and it feels really nice to not spend the resource. You really like High Monk. Ah, that's it. That's a pretty good one. I think that one also costs no emblems, if I remember correctly. I felt like Ichimonji farmed more aura, though. Weird Emma. Yukiri counter best Bonkai. Stepping on your opponent's weapon is the definition of aura, to be honest. True. Late. Surprised that that was late, but it was late. Just be a little safe here. Ichimonji is like aura itself. Sword stepping was a real thing you could do in sword fighting, especially if they attacked low at your leg. Huh. Asked yesterday how many sub 29 runs used Gotchinless strats. It turns out at least 24 of the 27 sub 29 minute runs you are Gotchinless. If I was able to watch this 15 run for some reason, I wasn't able to watch. Okay. Interesting. Yo. Thanks for your relation. Did I get the sub 2930? I did. Now we're going for sub 2915. I have a 2919 currently. All right. Bang! There we go. Keep telling people DM Mitch for the mod test, but none of the long-term watchers do. Unless you all fail, then Mitch doesn't tell. No, nobody has genuinely asked to be mod, that I can recall. Don't want to be a mod, it sounds mildly stressful. Eh. If you do not want to be a mod, okay. But, I think the mods would tell you that, it is hopefully not mildly stressful whatsoever, because it's oh, you're watching anyway? If somebody's obviously, you know, doing something bad or malicious, just time them out or, you know, ban them if it gets really bad or whatever. That's about all you really have to do to be like, hey, thank you, you're being a helpful mod. Or if I, you know, say, hey, can I get this command added? Doing that would also be helpful. That's about it. There's no real requirements to do anything other than make sure that there's a mod around so that if something really bad happens and I'm in the middle of a run and I'm like, I can't time out this person that's trying to, you know, say slurs or something, you can be like, banned. That's about it. I had a command while the phone with the boss because I was Dasha, do this. And if you hadn't done it at exactly that moment, it would have been all over. You would have been fired. So it made it super stressful. The online mod certification and apply. Yeah, yeah. Just told my boss my mom texted. Yeah, I was thinking about why I didn't get the dead angle instead of thinking about buffering everything. Stressful when there's a bot invasion on YouTube. They need to go on the mobile app. Yeah. The YouTube side of stuff is stressful even for me because it's like the tools on YouTube suck. They're so bad. They're like, spam filter is like non-existent. People can just make thousands of bots and just spam bad things. And then you try to put it into, there's no just easy, oh, just put it into follower mode. And then the bots can't message because they haven't followed. Like, it's just a chaotic mess that just... You have to, there's like things you can technically do, but you can only do them on the mobile version. You can't do them on the browser version for absolutely no reason. Like, YouTube streaming is so far behind. In terms of moderation tools. Yeah. I like that YouTube lets you stream above 6,000 bitrate and has live playback, otherwise everything else sucks. Yeah. Well, now, Twitch can go up to 8K. I think YouTube can go even higher than that, but whatever. And Twitch does now, they've been experimenting with live playback, so activating it is a little more annoying. The bar on it kind of sucks compared to the YouTube bar. That's much easier to click on, feels a lot nicer, but Twitch kind of has all the things YouTube has. Is that my extra speech random or trigger based? I don't know what you mean by extra speech. I'll be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. Dang, that's good. I modded on YouTube. Should be though. Let me go scream in there. I mean, ask about it in the mod Discord. Give me, you have to give me your YouTube information so that I can do that. You're saying something extra during the fight. I don't know. Could not tell you. This one? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Ah! This is the first time it's ever done one deflect successfully and failed on the second. I must have not pressed the deflect button twice. Wondering because she doesn't always say that. Yeah, I don't know. That's way harder than Twitch. Yeah, I have to actually, yeah. Okay, well I can now see your username on YouTube, so theoretically that's kind of part one. I think I need to have your email to add you as a mod. I don't think I can do it just from knowing your YouTube username, because I think YouTube usernames are not unique. I think. Or something. Nice. The snow, the height diff. One of the only things you can do nothing about. Did you update your YouTube profile picture? Updated your first one and changed your Twitch one? Never YouTube. SMH. Get diffed. Yo! Where did the weekend go? Went by too fast. Made some honey granola and turned half of it in granola bars with chocolate. Ooh. Okay, that was kind of bad. There, alright. I'm playing Pokopia. It's very good. So what I feel like it came out of nowhere. I had no idea that there was going to be a Pokemon, I guess it's Animal Crossing like thing. And then it just kind of happened and it was like, oh, everyone's playing Pokopia. And I was like, I don't know what that is. That's one of the events a few months ago, huh? Okay. I literally never heard of it until after it was already out. Ah, my bad. Yeah. Ah. Randomly announced and just kind of looked meh and people didn't expect much of it aside from a whatever spin-off. Oh. I'm going to add Desh as a mod since he wants to on YouTube. No need for email. For the basic mod, so could do it. If not, it's fine. Sure. If you have that power, sure. What can a basic mod do? I thought I remembered basic mods literally like not being able to do anything. That you had to have like editor permissions to do anything. But I don't know. What speedrun haven't I done that I want to? I mean, many. There are many that if I had infinite time, I would do. I would love to do some sort of Resident Evil one, but like every time that one comes out, it's like the category that's popular looks miserable to actually run. And all the Resident Evil runners go, God, this game sucks. This game's horrible. I hate running this game. And it's like, bro, it's been out for a week. You're already at this level of doomer? Would love to learn Super Mario 64. Would love to learn like Zelda Ocarina of Time. But a lot of those, it's like those are such established things that it would take me months or years to really get, you know, decently good at them. It'd be fun to do that. It's just, you know, I can't really afford to take, you know, a year for every random game that I love watching speedruns that'd be like, that'd be cool to try out. I can't devote a year of my life to something that's just like, that'd be cool. I mean, I could, but it would be a very bad, you know, overall decision when there's tons of soul stuff going on all the time that I'd miss out on. Just learn Resident Evil, then be the one cheerful runner. I mean, I could play it on casual. Then I really could be the one cheerful runner. Whoa! Okay. You know, link ribbons just aren't a thing for Leon. Perfect. Frick ink ribbons. The wall. Was someone running Insanity difficulty in RE9? Non-stop complaining about how it was such an unfair and unbalanced difficulty that people shouldn't play, and he looked dead. Like our RE runners, masochists like a buddy. Yeah. But all the you know runners are running Insanity. And doing an extra optional boss fight, from what I understand. No spoilers. No spoilers, if you know what I mean. No spoilers. No spoilers. Which is very different than what I would have sort of expected. I would expect people to just do the fastest category and get the lowest time, but that's apparently not how RE runners do it. They torture themselves with the difficulty that they don't actually like, so that they can be like, well, I'm doing it on the hardest difficulty, and that's the most impressive. Kinda based. The unlucky end, but otherwise, that was pretty good. No fun but pain. Sounds nice. That was perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Did I ever tell you a story about insanity? Do you want to know how I got these thumb calluses? Alright, well, that was weird. No Yash in Phase 2 Ishin? It lasts. You use a single Yash and you kill him fast enough that you don't have to use a second one. Got something good cooking for April Fools? No. I had not thought of that April is coming up. No. Yo, how's it going? Pretty well. I feel like RE9 has a shelf life as a speedrun once it's all optimized. I mean, whoa! How did that happen? I was holding block. Weird. I mean, every run sort of technically has a shelf life. I don't know that it has any more of a shelf life than other RE games. I do have the classic that I think I used on a previous April Fools. That I can at any time in the middle of me talking. So that's a, you know, that's a decent one. That's a especially with Comcast. Yep, that is very believable. Okay. I should have kept it in the pocket. I mean, I've used it in a previous year, but you'll all have forgotten about it anyway. I'll get you good with it anyway. Once again, the wall. Snails will crawl at certain parts. Depends on how willing the runners are to tolerate those snail-paced segments. I feel like those kind of breaks in the game where it really slows down aren't that bad. Like, if the main core of something is very good, I think some breaks in that are very tolerable in speedrunning. Yeah, of course. Yeah. RE2 is one of the most run RE, same for 7, and they have those moments too. Yeah. I'd say it's more like all the moments where one little thing happens weirdly, one zombie shuffles in a weird direction, and the entire run is dead, and there's nothing you can do to recover it. Yep. Missed, so couldn't recover that. Is the purpose for the turnaround during Emma for AI manipulation? Yes. Technically, it is an AI manipulation. Yeah. They have an exploit that I watched Spicy do on a specific run really deep into it. It can fail really easily. And that really pisses him off. He hates it. Yep. See, those are the things that will kill a run. A slow, consistent section where it's 5 minutes of not the most interesting gameplay, where you just kind of do a scripted thing and you get through it and you're done, is fine. You know, runners might complain about it, but it's not really going to make runners like quit the run, or, you know, it's not going to be like, oh my God, this makes this so much worse than other RE games or whatever. Like, a 5-minute chill section is whatever. But a time where your entire run can die near the end, either due to ridiculously precise stuff, or especially due to just randomness, RNG, that's beyond your control, that will make people want to stop running the game. If you feel like all of your work, your hard work, is a lot of the times for nothing, because the game can just decide that you don't get to win. The goat, no cap. Second to last split of the game is like the hardest part of the run. Yeah, that sucks. Distant Bach, where what? Where, huh? Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Oh, me when I'm bad. Oh, boy. Nah! Well, nothing I can do about that. Have I decided whether I'm gonna run it? You mean RE9? I don't think I'm gonna run RE9. Yo, thanks for the good luck. It's not like a I definitely won't, but it's like a I want the idea of running an RE game is cool to me because I like some of the RE games. I've liked the RE games that I've played, but every time it seems like the Resident Evil runners are like, yeah, this run sucks, actually. It's the worst thing ever. You actually shouldn't run this. We hate this. It's like, oh, man. But I feel like they say that about all the runs. And yet they still run the next one that comes out, so maybe I shouldn't believe them. A lot of people seem to want to run 9. It's very popular. Yeah. Where did Kalo rank RE9? I believe in S tier. Not in Sekiro tier. But in S tier. Beautiful. RE4 looks fun to run? I think so. I think it looks fun to run. I don't know. I haven't asked. I haven't asked if that too is, nah, this is the worst thing ever to run. Or some people are running standard too. Okay. I mean, maybe I could be a standard runner. I do think there is an inherent... flaw with Resident Evil speedruns, regardless of the difficulty and the specific run and which specific game, which is, I think, the entire concept of the difficulty adjustment and way that the, like, ammo works and stuff feels like it would make it a little more pigeonholed into, like, you kind of have to do it this way, with a little less room for both creativity and also backups. It seems, I would think. Because, like, it's very possible to just not have enough ammo for something. And, like, you know, in other games, like, well, maybe not in all other games, but in, like, a Souls game, oh, I ran out of, you know, the weapon buffs, so I'm not going to be able to get the quick kill, but there's always the backup of just kind of do it normally. But in a Resident Evil game, it's like, if you run out of ammo, you're, like, out of ammo. I don't know that there's, like, a backup and, like, a, you know, thing that you can do. It feels like everything gets scripted to the point where the only thing you can do is do it perfectly. Otherwise, you reset. It seems like it. Except Divine Confetti? Well, you can get a lot of extra Divine Confetti if you need for, like, an all bosses run. Because even if, let's say, you were to be like, oh, for safety, I'm going to pick up some extra ammo in a Resident Evil game. And then the game says, oh, because you have picked up this extra ammo earlier, I'm not going to give you the ammo you would get later. And so instead you end up with the same amount of ammo. So you don't actually really get any more safety from it. Like, I know at the very start of RE9, if you get a big ammo drop instead of a small ammo drop, you literally have to just waste the extra shots it gives you. Otherwise, it won't give you ammo later. Like, you can't have more ammo than what the strat is supposed to have. Otherwise, the strat actually just doesn't work anymore. So. It's hard to run out of ammo completely, IMO. I mean, if you're a good enough speedrunner, I'm sure. More of a fan of static drops in survival horror games, like 15 handgun bullets in the bathroom, 8 shotgun bullets in the bar counter, etc. More so how Silent Hill does it and the old school RE games. Yeah. I think, for a speed game at least, I think that works a lot better. I understand casually how it has kind of revolutionized RE games to be as popular as they are. Oh, she like full turn. That was not what I was expecting. Oh. Drop system in RE games is controversial, right? I think because RE are inherently made for speed with the in-game achievement, etc. Kinda. RE drops aren't consistent in games, that's wild. Nope, the more ammo you have, the less that will drop. the more healing items you have in your inventory and stash, the less that will drop. The more crafting materials you have, the less that will drop. The more times you successfully headshot an enemy, the harder enemies will become, and the less drops you'll get. The more times you die to enemies or get hurt by enemies, the easier enemies will come, and the more drops you'll get. The goal kind of being to always balance you on the knife's edge of, I barely have enough stuff to get through. So if you have too much stuff, it'll stop giving you stuff, so you'll go back to being, oh, I don't have enough. And if you actually genuinely don't have enough, it'll give you more stuff to make sure you have enough to get through. Which, if you don't know that, is like a really cool system. But once you know that, it's like, wait, then why am I gathering all this stuff? Wait, then why am I... Why have I been trying to be so ammo efficient if the more ammo efficient I am, the less ammo I get? It kind of takes away the reward structure of the gameplay loop, but if you don't know that that is the case, if you don't know that the game is secretly adjusting itself, it does give a very nice experience where you're constantly like, damn, they balanced this game so perfectly. Adaptive difficulty, yep. Like, if you do really, really poorly in like a higher difficulty, it can actually become so much easier that it becomes easier than if you played really well in the low difficulty. The difficulty selection actually overlaps with each other. The lowest difficulty adjustment in the high difficulty is easier than the highest difficulty adjustment in the low difficulty, at least in previous RE games. Also, why doesn't Leon have a stash? Because you just sell things and buy them back later. Nice. That was good. No! Not the dodge second hit of Mortal Draw for no reason. Alright, let's move on. I'm still not I could still practice that for 7 more hours, but let's move on. It's this one. In this one, it's 9 difficulty levels. 1 to 3 for easiest, 4 to 7, I think, for regular, 5 to 8 for the highest, and the hardest is just 9 all the time. Okay. Beautiful. You shouldn't sidestep dodge while he's baffling me. I love it. If he backs off and aura farms and then sidesteps, makes total sense to me. Him just sidestepping in the middle of your attack with nothing you can do about it is a little bit like, alright, come on. I knew he was doing the delay, but I could not delay my own deflect long enough. I could tell he was going to do it because he was in a weird position. If he's in a weird position, he can delay. Good enough. Yeah, too far away. He just missed. This is so sad. Had Ishinashina go idle for you once during a gauntlet. Tried to replicate it, but couldn't figure it out. He stopped attacking, and you stood in his face. Eventually, you attacked him, and he continued. That can happen if he's, like, near a wall. He can get sort of confused. Assuming you're not even just talking about his very normal step back and wait to dodge. Perfect. Well, second means sleepies. Alright, have a good one. Have a good one, Max. Thank. Night-night. All right, that was good. Enough. That was not the good luck, but I must have missed some headshots to have to do that many extra attacks at the end. That was definitely slower than it should have been. But I thought I got the headshots on the important ones. Yeah, the final Mortal Blade missed. Yeah, but as long as the other ones hit, I hit him in the head, it should have been fine. Okay, that's pretty good. Hello. Attack from the first Sword Saint. Oh, whoops. Forgot to load my save. That would explain that. Can't exactly do the strat if you have no emblems. Aldecian approaches from the opposite side, so it looked awkward when he initiates. He stood still and he went to the restroom. Was still alive when you got back. Oh, arm hits. Not so great of a phase one. Okay, that never happens. How am I today? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. That was a very strange RNG. That never happens, so I won't worry about it. There's some RNGs where you just have to accept. If he does this, the run will just be dead. You wish it wasn't the case, but... Didn't buffer. I was too concerned with whether he would delay. And then he did not delay. Remember, before the update in first phase, Sword Saint, when he started with his running 1, 2, 3, if you deflected those and didn't attack, he would stand idle for about 20 seconds before attacking again. Really? I did not know that. I mean, there would be no reason to do that in a speedrun, so... I think that was technically the correct thing to do, but because it broke his posture instead of just staggering him, I got hit. I'm not sure. I could have been late. I wanted to try the strat, but I was out of emblems. So it was obviously the wrong, like, thing to do in a real run. But I wanted to see what would happen. It kind of worked. I mean, it didn't, but it kind of worked. I like experimenting sometimes with the strats to just get a better feel for, like... Ah, that's the one I wanted to practice. But he just drags it a little too slow, so my deflect didn't hit. I feel like anybody that says the deflect window in Sekiro is too long forgets what it was like to play Sekiro for the first time. I feel like the deflect window in Sekiro feels so perfect where if you know it and you've practiced it and you know, it's your second, your third, your fourth playthrough on a boss, you can like lock in and hit everyone. But on a first playthrough, it still gets you. It's still tough. It's a good feeling of you're learning it and you're not hitting it every time. So you mastered it and you are hitting it every time. As compared to the Lies of P deflects. The Lies of P deflects are just way too small. Even after literally thousands of hours playing that game, still sometimes it is just too small of a window and really hard to hit. Why do you keep missing me, Ape? I'm not that far away. He like pulls in his attack. Instead of like attacking out, he's like starting to attack and then he like pulls it in. He like goes backwards with it so it misses. Lies of P's window is too small. Yep. Sekiro's what, 12 frames compared to Lies of P? 4 frames. Lies of P is not 4 frames. Lies of P is either 8 or 9 or 10 frames. I have never been able to confidently, accurately measure it. But yes, Sekiro is 12. There we go. What I hate in Lies of P, how the analog stick affects your menus. Oh. I didn't even know that. Because obviously that doesn't happen on keyboard and mouse. How about Kazan? I don't know what it is in Kazan either. I haven't even tried to measure it in Kazan, but it feels pretty good in Kazan. I'd guess it's similar to Sekiro's. Perfect. That's perfect. Someone did a frame data analysis on YouTube for Lies of P. Did they? Do you happen to have a link to that? Because I would genuinely be very interested in that. Giga Chad, keyboard and mouse player. In FromSoft games and literally any other game with a menu like a Souls game, you control it with D-pad. Right. Found it. Nice. Does the analog mess with what you're trying to select? Yeah, if you try to menu while, like, walking. You can't really walk while menuing in Lies of P, though. That's not, like, a thing. So, it makes sense if it's not going to... If it, like, actually does pause the game... Not pause the game. But if you're not allowed to also move while doing it, then... It makes sense that the analog stick would be activated. Oh, Babe 1, Babe 2. Oh, no, I think I've seen this. No, this is not what I thought you meant. This is not what I thought you meant.
Lies of P is a strange video game.
Yeah, this is just like showing individual like hitboxes and stuff. I don't think. I mean, is there frame data explained here?
Is how the main character works, Timothy Chalamet. Everything the player does originates from this player character, and nothing is more hotly debated than the parry windows of Lies of P.
Perfect guard or deflect windows, get it right? Cancel this man for using the wrong terminology?
Well, the answer is, it doesn't exist. In gaming, a parry is a set timing window baked into an enemy's animation. A good example is this combo from Elden Ring's DLC. You'll see 6 different parry opportunities.
Yeah, so he actually does. So in Elden Ring, this is how parries work. Not deflects, parries. That they have 1 frame windows where they are parryable on that frame, and so you need to have your multi-frame window of your parry line up with the 1 frame parryable timing of the enemy's attack. Yeah.
Opportunities throughout this entire combo, each opportunity lasting only a single frame. So what the hell? Does that mean I have 1 frame to perfectly time my parry? No, sir. The player inputs a parry, the character performs the animation, and the game allots you a set amount of active parry frames. And if you've timed those to overlap with that 1 frame opportunity baked into the boss, then you get a parry. You can extend those active frames available to you by using different shields or the size of the parry detector. Also, game developers can make bosses more beginner friendly by extending the window a boss is susceptible to being parried, sometimes up to 3 frames instead of 1. But none of this parry stuff happens at all in Lies of P. Lies of P uses a system called Perfect Guard.
Perfect guard. See, there it is. He's the correct term.
Basically Perry's hot cousin that I much prefer.
That I much prefer. All right, based. All right, uncanceled. Uncanceled. Uncanceled.
Look at what
Heck
that
yeah.
system looks like for your first time using it. To start, you wait in front of an oncoming attack. As the panic wells inside you, your hands get sweaty, and you start feeling sick. In the literal blink of an eye, the attack bursts towards you, and you frantically press the guard button. As best we can tell, 0.1 seconds after the player character starts the guard animation, the game runs a check. What's it checking? First, to see if you shit your pants. And second, it starts a check that lasts a measly 0.15 seconds, or 9.3 frames at 60 frames per second. If your player
9.3 frames? I mean, I guess that would kind of make sense as to why I could never nail down an exact window if it's not an exact number of frames. Because Liza P does run on a variable frame rate, you can set it to an uncapped frame rate. So it has to, like, decide whether it's successful or not. It's running on a non-frame based system, perhaps?
model overlaps with an active hit detector while you are within those 0.15 seconds, then the game registers a perfect guard. If you press it too early, those 0.15 seconds pass, and you will simply take reduced damage with a basic guard. It's really precise. To understand how fast 0.15 seconds is, I am going to flash a nude pic of myself.
Although 0.15 would actually just be exactly 9, right? So, I don't know. 0.15 wouldn't be 9.3 frames. I don't get it.
On screen, and you won't be able to catch it. Why are you still watching, bro? I'm not actually gonna do it. And on 0.25x speed.
What the hell?
Anyway, congratulations, you've done your first perfect guard. Now
He did say, though, as best we can tell. So he didn't say we have the frame data and it's exactly this.
I'll do
So
it like 15 times again, because that's how many.
he also just says something that doesn't make any sense.
Point you, and you frantically press the guard button. As best we can tell, 0.1 seconds after the player character starts the guard animation, the game runs a check.
It's not 0.1 seconds after the player starts the guard animation. It is the frame after you start the guard animation. It is the next frame. So that's just wrong. The guard animation does take 0.1 seconds, but during that guard animation, you can still get a perfect guard. You can get it the frame after you press guard. So that's just incorrect information. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen this video before, and again, it was one of those where it's like, okay, but they have no more information than I do. So we still don't know for certain what the perfect guard window is. We don't have the DS Animation Studio to find it out exactly. Good enough. Not bad. That's why when you uncap the Souls games, they're buggy. Not exactly. But I mean, partially, yes. Nice. Elden Ring, as far back as DS1, you can move while menuing, but Liza P keeps you completely still. Right. Which is an intentional choice. Like in Sekiro, the game literally pauses when you menu. Okay. It's as good as I could get. Alright, I think I'm relatively happy with Ape. I think perfect guarding is a tight window. Try guard parries and Lies of P. Oh my god, they're the most difficult way to play the game. Oh, you can parry every attack. Every attack? Every attack? Every attack. I'm not 100% sure if you can parry every attack, but... yeah, no, it is very hard. We do that for the any percent speedrun. We use guard parries with the rapier. And yep, it's rough. Okay, let's see if I'm back to good at Centipede. Not 100% sure why that one didn't work. It almost did. The guard parry, though, from my understanding, is no more strict than perfect guarding. It's just at an awkward timing that I hate. Have I tried Black Myth Wukong? Yes. I played through all of it. Good game. 8 out of 10. Probably a 9 out of 10 for most people, but I wish it was more Souls-like, so... it did not get the full 9 out of 10 marks that otherwise it maybe should have if I was more into non-Souls action RPGs. And they are making a new Black Myth game. Not Wukong, but something else. Some other myth. Nice. Does Lies of P Glaive Deflect have the same perfect guard frames as perfect guarding? Actually, no. The Lies of P Glaive has a 12-frame deflect window. It's actually called deflect with the glaive. It's a guard deflect? The word deflect is used somewhere in it. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but the glaive's special deflect is actually exactly the same frame data as Sekiro. So it feels really nice to use. I don't mind a game being inspired by Souls, but trying its own thing. A big thing for you is more of a priority on characters, character development, and music composition. Okay. I mean, I don't... for me, character development can be cool, but I mean, it's not part of the gameplay, and I'm about the gameplay. And music composition, I generally could not really care less for. Like, it's nice when a game has good music, but, like... unless it is genuinely like, oh my god, this is fantastic music, like Nier Automata, for example. Like, I don't know, as long as it doesn't get in the way, I don't really care for the music that much. Wait for the next Black Myth game. I've only seen, I think, the one trailer for it. You delving into Dustbloods when that finally drops? I will, unfortunately, probably have to. The next big FromSoft game, I don't think I can get away with just not playing it. I don't want to. I want to just say, no, I'm not going to play it. It's PvP, and I don't like PvP, but I'm probably Probably gonna have to try it out. Aw, too late. Needs a Switch 2 for that, right? Yep. Have to get a Switch 2 and have to get a capture card and have to deal with the Switch's terrible online. Workplace hazard, yep. It will genuinely probably be worse for me than if they just didn't release a game. It's that one boss theme from Another Crab's Treasure. Oh, the Walter vibe one. Yeah. For a lot of the mini bosses. Ah. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if they cooking up a Bloodborne remaster on the side. I mean, I would, because Bluepoint got shut down, and they would have been the ones to be cooking up a Bloodborne remaster. So we're probably just not getting a Bloodborne remaster, at least for several more years. It's possible we'll get one still, but I don't think it's possible that there's one in the works right now. I think they'd have to find a company to work on it from scratch for now. If they remake Bloodborne, it will be a PS6 launch title most likely. Right. Exclusive with the PS6. But then Bluepoint would have been doing it. So now it's like it might be exclusive with the PS7. Why is it not working? Because, like, I feel like the PS6 is probably around the corner in the next year or two. Right? Because I can shut it down because it just wanted a remaster. What's the difference? What would you call the Demon's Souls one? What even is the criteria here? Practicing Shura bosses because you want to hit a PB, or is there something coming up? I just want to hit a PB. Yep. Full on remake because it changes everything in a completely new engine, even if it keeps everything the same. It changes everything, even if it keeps everything the same. Okay. Shadow of the Colossus, on the other hand, I consider a remaster. Okay, I don't... Whatever. I feel like they're the same thing. No PS6 till at least 4 to 5 more years. 4 to 5. Isn't an entire console generation like 4 to 5 years? Four, 5. A remake is when they redo the entire game from scratch. Okay. Like the Resident Evil games RE4 and RE4R. Okay, but RE4R, like... They actually, like, it doesn't control the same. It doesn't have exactly the same boss fights. It doesn't have exactly the same controls. It doesn't have exactly the same, like they added stuff. They added... I don't remember all the changes. I can't bring it to you off the top of my head. But, like, it is genuinely a different game that you're playing that is just following the same, you know, story and characters and plot and, you know, locations and, like, it's the overall same thing, but it plays different. Whereas the Demon's Souls remake, remaster, whatever, plays the frame data is 100% identical. Every attack takes the same number of frames as it did. Every boss has the exact same attacks that all take the exact same amount of frames for it to attack. The AI is the same. Like, it's the same game. Just with different, you know, visuals and music and... So, I don't know. Remake is when the game is different, remaster is better graphics, some quality of life, etc. So then, yeah, for me, the Demon's Souls was a remaster. It was just better graphics, some quality of life. Why it no worky? Why it no that really felt like it should have. Demon's Souls is more of a remaster than your typical remake, but many OG fans say it plays more like Bloodborne or DS3. Well, then they're just wrong. It plays the exact same as the original Demon's Souls. They're just wrong. The literal frame data of the game is literally identical. From what I have heard, I've not played both, but from what I've heard, from what I have seen, from the analysis that I've seen done, it plays exactly the same. Not close to the same. Exactly the same. I guess the only exception is you can move in more than 8 directions. I think that's the one actual gameplay difference. And, you know, quality of life, inventory stuff. There we go. Never played the OG, but I can say the combat feels more akin to Bloodborne or DS3 than, say, DS1, for instance. I mean, it doesn't. It looks more like Bloodborne or DS3 because it looks visually smoother, but that's not the case. Textures were remade wholesale for the Bluepoint version. I don't think that's typical for remasters. I guess. I mean, I guess it just goes to show how animations can make you feel differently about how a game plays, even if the actual mechanics behind it is the same. Why that no work? Okay. That worked. I think what I'm doing wrong is I'm not buffering the mortal draw fast enough. I think you have to be in the mortal draw animation in order to bonk on his head. What's the biggest choke point for the run? I don't know that there really is one in particular, aside from like double canyon skip at the start. Although this guy has been giving me such a good time that it kind of feels like it would be Centipede, but I haven't actually lost that many runs to Centipede. It usually goes all right in actual runs, but in practice, it's just going horribly. Somehow that worked. Watching your Sekiro bingos on YouTube. You know if when we can have some more. There is no current plan for more. I'd love to do more at any time, but it's I need to find more people to do it with. I could just, you know, once a month be like, Aggie, let's do a bingo for my YouTube channel. And honestly, I'd have fun with that, but I don't think he'd appreciate that. Just being farmed for content. So, you viewers and I, the person who made the bingo, can love the bingo as much as we want, but if others aren't excited to play it with me, then there's not too much I can do. I would love for people to be so excited that it could not only be a singular video, but like a whole bingo league, a bingo season, or whatever. But I just don't know that the enthusiasm is there. What are friends for if they can't be farmed for content? True. I don't know what's not exciting about bingo. I don't know either. I think it's really fun. And I think the Sekiro bingo has the potential to be even better than the Elden Ring bingo. I think the Elden Ring bingo is obviously very cool, but the way that Elden Ring works, it can be a bit like snowbally, a bit too much of like, you know, oh, one player was able to get this square while setting up, and the other player, you know, in response had to get this square that didn't leave them set up, and now the player that's more set up just kind of steamrolls and wins everything. And I feel like Sekiro is a lot more open to just, well, open with the mod that I made for it. Not made, somebody else made and I've been using. The mod that we've been using lets you do a lot more of just like, I'm just gonna go somewhere and do something. There's not really any necessity to set up, which I think is really, really, really nice and has the potential to make Sekiro bingo even more fun than the Elden Ring bingo. Because you don't have to open every match with getting map progress and getting a bunch of runes to get your weapon upgraded to, you know. You can kind of just go. There is still map progress, but it's not, it's a lot less like mandatory. Every run does not start with getting past Fort of Reprimand into the DLC, you know? And then going backside Shadowkeep every time. When will I break the world record? This world record? Probably never. Killing Ogre every time? Not required in the modded bingo version, which is nice. Works. Only 28 minutes, though. Yeah. Only. What do you think Sekiro looks like Ghost of Tsushima? I mean, they're both set in Japan with, you know, samurais and deal with honor versus underhanded tactics. But gameplay-wise, they're very, very, very far apart. But visuals and thematically, there's definitely some similarities. So 59spear.com thought it would have been closer to 20. With glitches, it's under 20, but Ghost of Tsushima, my favorite Assassin's Creed, exactly. Oh. See, why doesn't it work? Why can't I get it? I mean, I can get it sometimes. Why can't I consistently get it? Box memed, but it still somehow counted? Okay, we'll take it. I think I got box memed, but the falling from the box caused me to technically be in the air for a frame. And I think I started my mortal draw while technically in the air. So I still got an aerial mortal draw, I think. The foxes and Ghosts of Yote. What video game fox is my favorite? Star Fox. I don't know that I have an answer to that. I haven't thought of video game foxes. I don't think that's all that common. Way late. Yeah, not even close. More of a Lil Aggie question. Yeah, you know, I could imagine what his answer would be. It would be a blue fox. Esha might have an answer. Might. Okay, it was a little weird, but it worked. Man, it feels like this strategy shouldn't be that bad, but it just never feels consistent for me, and I don't get it. Maybe that's just how it is. Maybe it just isn't supposed to be consistent, but it really feels like it should be. Works. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Does the Sekiro goat himself? Where? Worm Dog's here? Okay, that's working. So why didn't that work? It's either because I went back right, pushing me too far away from the wall, or it's because I didn't start the mortal draw fast enough. So try to avoid those two things. You go to when you become the main boss himself. Heck yeah. Right in front of your mirror, Mitch. I have been told and have seen with my own eyes your own video on how to do Sekiro speedrunning properly. So you're saying Worm Dog is standing in front of my mirror? I see. I could keep practicing here, but I'm kind of just bored of this particular boss for practice, so I'm just going to move on even though maybe I should go for more, but I feel like I don't get as much out of practice if I'm bored. I have less focus and attention to making positive changes if I'm bored. There we go. Really hard Sekiro. Sekiro's, yeah, it's a hard game for sure. I don't know that I'd say it's really hard. Like, it is, but like, it's also very learnable. But is he a better teacher? Probably not. Oh, surprising. Doubly surprising. And I'm too much thinking about not having that happen. You can parry, then it's not that hard. Yeah, unfortunately there's no parrying in this game though, only deflecting, so it is that hard. Look up. There we go. go. Okay. Hmm. Ah. Can I mod your run? What do you mean mod it? Oh. There we go. Verified. Oh. How long has it been since you submitted it? One minute. Nice. I mean, actually, I can check. Let's see here. The oldest pending run, I mean, aside from there are a couple that are on hold for specific reasons, is from 6 days ago. So that's not that long. Generally up to 2 weeks is how long it could take. Yeah, there's one from 6 days ago, 5 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 22 hours ago, 5 hours ago, and 1 hour ago. How long does it take normally? Up to 2 weeks. Depends. It's whenever people have time. Because it's just people volunteering their time to watch through it, so it's just whenever people find the time. Verifying on stream? People have done that before. I don't feel like that's necessarily a good thing to do. Feels a little too behind the curtain. But if you did catch someone, you know, cheating on a submission live on stream, that is pretty hype. And that has happened before with a Final Fantasy, I think it was Final Fantasy VII that a moderator was looking at it and go, all right, yeah, here you count the steps to make sure you don't get the random encounter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. That was 6 steps and they didn't get the random encounter. But it's supposed to happen after 5.5 steps, which is why you need to make sure that you do 5.5 steps and then you sprint to the end. But they did 6 steps. Wait, that doesn't make sense. And found out that somebody was cheating live on stream. Cheating on speedrun IMO is weird, but that's just me. Well, cheating on basically everything is weird. Look, if you're cheating on something that's gonna earn you $1 million, people are gonna understand. Like, you still shouldn't do that. And then, you know, it's kind of arguably worse, because then you're cheating somebody else out of $1 million. But, like, you know, there's an incentive there. That's some life-changing money. Cheating on a speed run that approximately 5 people are gonna see. That's some, but why though? Behavior. Are you cheat? There's a whole video about it, but basically there's like an internal value that goes up as you like take steps. That's your like threat level or something that determines whether you get a random encounter. And they were like basically preventing it from going over certain values so they wouldn't get as many random encounters so they could get through the game faster. Uh-oh, Comcast. Yep, those frames are dropping. Uh-oh. Okay, frames back. Frames back. Sure do love Comcast. They sure are a great internet provider with no stability issues or speed issues whatsoever. Saw a guy beating Sekiro without Kasabi Maru, only with prosthetic, but he used unlimited spirit emblems. I'm like, what? That is too much cheating. I mean, if you're gonna try to do it with prosthetic only, that's kind of the only thing you can do, is to have unlimited spirit emblems. That's fine, as long as it's clearly stated. That's perfectly fine. If you can figure out a way to do it with prosthetics only without infinite spirit emblems, that would be even cooler, but I don't think that's possible. I guess that's it. Bull skipping is the hardest. Bull skipping is actually relatively easy as far as glitched skips go. There are much harder ones, but it is a little tricky. As a mod, can you verify your own run? Yes, yes you can. This is partially out of necessity because there are a lot of games where there's only one mod. So if they weren't able to verify their own runs, then like they just couldn't run the game. But it's also, if you are a trusted member of the moderating team, like, it's still trusted that any run that you verify, you know, stamps your seal of approval on it. So whether that's your own run or somebody else's run, you're still stamping your seal of approval on it as a moderator, and we trust our moderators to stamp their seal of approval on runs that they are legitimate. Somebody could, I mean, a moderator could just blatantly cheat a run and then verify their own run. But if they then were found out, they would not only have their run disqualified, they'd also be kicked off as a moderator. As far as I know, that has never happened. Well, I'm sure it probably has happened. As far as I know, all of the cheating that I have seen in videos that they do about cheaters and all of this, and the ones that we've caught in Sekiro, which has been very few, but there have been a few, and all of this, nobody I've ever seen has had a moderator cheat their own run and verify their own cheated run. I have not yet seen that. Yo, what up, Cherry Carry? Thanks for the good luck. So while theoretically it feels like a, you know, vulnerability, what if a cheater became a moderator so they could verify their own runs? Like, as far as I know, that has not actually happened. To any, you know, large extent. Why should they be able to their own run for that exact reason? Why not? If it's not a problem, never has been a problem, continues to not be a problem. And it's someone that you trust to verify runs. Why would you not trust them to verify their own run? Odd verifying their own runs is the same as a judge judging their own case. There's bias? No. No. A judge judging their own case is... You have to use, like, you know, the evidence before you, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt type of things for stuff where it's always going to be a slight matter of bias, of opinion creeps into it. Verifying a run is literally just check the boxes. Can I see the UI elements? Yes. Do they follow all the rules? Is there no clear evidence of splicing? Okay. Verified then. You're making no opinion-based judgment call on whether or not it is legitimate, only there are a set of checkboxes and you check those things off. There's no beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no make a judgment call on this. It's just literally, okay, I've got a set of rules. Did it follow all of those rules? Yep. It's more accounting than anything. How do you check the use of macros in a run? You don't. If somebody used a macro and they wanted to hide it, they could probably get away with it. TBH. You can sort of check macros in a macro sense of if someone is hitting a trick 100% of the time that is not a 100% consistent trick. Then over a course of enough times of their runs, you could get a good idea that they are not legitimate. But in a single run submission, it's not really possible to tell. It's just done by trust. But every top runner streams their attempts, and every top runner has enough eyeballs watching them that that we can see that they fail the tricks at the correct rate. So macros aren't really that big of a deal in most speedruns. I mean, at least in like Elden Ring and Sekiro speedruns, the only place that a macro would be very helpful and cheating would be the zip % category. So that one we require a hand cam, so that way we can see that you actually did the inputs. But outside of categories like that, we just say we don't care if you use a hand cam. We trust you not to use a macro. Even if you did, you're still not beating the world record. If you gave me a macro, I'm still not beating the world record. Like, it's not gonna make that big of a difference. The things that actually separate a top runner from a not top runner is not something that a macro could fix. External help are allowed like metronome. Yes. So yeah, the only way to really catch a macro is to require a hand cam, and so that is done in categories where you are seriously concerned about a macro. World record 27:59. Not bad. Outcast really acting up today? Apparently. Very unfortunate. We improved our time from yesterday. No. Not from yesterday. Oh, way late. Sekiro map easy to learn in speedruns? What do you mean by map? You don't really use a map. Like movement? Like... Well, I tried the unrestricted run. I mean, I'm the person who did the unrestricted run. I'm the first ever unrestricted runner. For a while, I was the only unrestricted runner. Will I go back and do it again? Maybe, if I think I can beat the record. Map layout? I mean, what do you mean? Like, you don't do anything with a map, the map layout in a speedrun. You just have a route. You just go always to the same spot. You don't need to know the map at all. All you need to know is, now I go this direction. All I need to know is right here, I jump across here. Then I go around and break through this fence up here. Curving to the left. Then I go through this doorway. Then I go up around this rock here, next to this guy. Then I pick up the ash. Then I go on this branch and jump to the other side. Then I fall off right next to that branch. Then I jump across this gap here. Then I jump across this gap here. Then I stop sprinting and interact with the door. That's all I need to know. There's no need to know the map. I just know what I do next. It's the unrestricted. I am the unrestricted. That's some good map knowledge. Wow. There's still only 3 submissions for unrestricted. Yep. Well, 3 runners, not 3 individual run submissions, but yeah. Wormdog, me, and I forget who the third is. If Wormdog comes into the stream again at some point, remind me to ask him what world record he thinks I could take the most easily from him, and whether he would be okay with me taking that record before he wants to lower it. My attacks, just 3 of them in a row, phase through him? Is unrestricted difficult? Very difficult. Most difficult category in the game to finish a run. By far. He'll probably come back and make it unbeatable if you ask him ever. So, you know, then that would be the answer. I enjoy going back and forth on records. It seems like Wormdog prefers instead to not let people take the records at all. Aww. Too far right. Yeah, it was a really bad ogre, but I would have continued if I got Double Canyon. But remind me to ask him if If that is something that he would be okay with. Because I like some friendly competition, but it would probably take me a while to try to get any of his records. And if he does not want me to take them and would start grinding to make sure I don't take them, then it'd kind of be pointless for me to even, like, go for it, necessarily. So that's why I would ask him if... If there's any that he'd be like, oh, yeah, no. Go ahead and take this, then I'll take it back from you. I just want to have, you know, another temporary world record. World records are fun, but are always, at the end of the day, temporary. This is the hardest segment in this run. I don't know. Maybe Yobu, maybe Ishin, maybe Ape. Maybe Double Canyon. Nothing's overly hard in itself, but a lot of things that are at least kind of difficult. I could take the nowhere swim. I don't know if I could. I don't know how good the record is in it currently. I do love the nowhere swim. Nowhere swim is maybe one that I would consider, even if Wormdog says, no, I'm not going to let you take it. I might consider saying, I'm going to take it anyway. And, like, fully grinding to try to get a perfect run in it. Because I do really like the nowhere swim run. But we'll see. Well, I like it conceptually. I think the current version has double death blow, which is gross. And, you know, the current woo skips that are much more inconsistent than the previous ones. So, nowhere swim honestly might suck as a category now. It might be actually bad. But at least in theory, I still really like the nowhere swim category. So, what do you jump and ledge grab? Is it faster? Yes. Whatever I'm doing is faster. Yeah, I greeted. I greeted because an attack missed.
Surely I can't be bad luck forever.
Terrible ogre. Yep. I mean, you might be bad luck forever. How do we know? Oh, you look down when doing the jumps? For the tutorial, it's to prevent Kuro from turning. If the guy gets startled, you don't have to look down. Kuro's not going to turn. But if the guy does not get startled and immediately starts shooting, then looking down adjusts the AI of all the enemies to make it less likely that Kuro turns. Am I secretly British? What? No. Tuesday is the day after tomorrow. In it, I would never be a bottle of water British. I couldn't. It's... So look down here because he didn't get startled, so... Ah! So the feeling of if I'm not looking at them, they won't see me as a real phenomena. Well, they still see you, but their AI runs in a lower intensity version so that it can save calculation. It's an optimization trick. Enemies on screen like are constantly updating their AI very quickly, like every frame, and enemies that are not on screen are updating their AI less frequently so that they have less checks to run so that they use less of your processing power or something like that. I don't know the exact super technical details, but that's the basics of it. Why did the British pronounce bottle of water as bowl of water? Because they drank all the tea. Nice. Like ignored enemies go in the back end. Yeah. So they that checking their AI less often makes them act slightly differently, which can cause differences in whether the enemies, you know, attack you or not, whether the enemies move in certain ways, etc., etc. And sometimes you just get shot over and over again for no reason. I always felt that. I think it's in a lot of games, maybe most. Any game that is good with its optimization will probably have that. Shout out to the guy who played Triangle in my school band. Thank you for everything. So a couple GDQ runs made you buy Sekiro and Platinum it. It was a great work, yo. Well, thank you. Such a good game. Alright, surely this time I don't get randomly shot. Was once a believer that looking down helps with not being shot. Yeah, no, that is not what it does. It is not about not getting shot. It's just about not having Kuro turn. hate that the menus are so bad in current patch. They used to be so good in 1.02. Unlucky, unlucky. Worst attack into worst attack. Did your platinum trophy at the age of 36? Haha. No glitch and no AI manipulation. I mean, I assume that's how 99% of players play the game. Generally, glitches and AI manipulations are harder to do than just fighting the boss normally. I guess with the one exception being Demon of Hatred, but other than that, almost everything you can do non-standard is harder than just playing the game. Remember what the form of optimization rendering is called when it prioritizes the center of the screen, and less so the outer edge. Yeah, I don't know. Center screen rendering. I mean, that would make sense. Is FromSoft working on a new Souls game at the moment? They're working on Duskbloods at the moment, which is kind of a Souls game, from what we've seen. It's a PvEVP something. Battle Royale-ish thing. Maybe extraction shooter? We don't really know. Or maybe not extraction shooter, but extraction soul-er. Oh, the other unlucky, the other super rare unlucky thing that can happen. Sure. Okay, Ogre doing the really weird stuff multiple times in a row. That's very odd. Why don't you crouch to stop before calling Kuro? Because there's no point to it. Why don't you kick when in free fall to fall down faster? I think that would save a few seconds. Nope. Neither of those do anything. You do not fall faster with kicking or grabbing or anything. That is a myth that we have gaslighted ourselves into believing that people do for swag, and because people do it for swag, others assume it must help you actually fall faster, when it does nothing. The crouch before Kuro theoretically might actually do something. It might put you in a slightly better animation to transition into the whistle. But it's kind of annoying to do, and if it saves any time, it is such a tiny marginal amount of time that I don't think it's really worth worrying about. So, like, I probably should do it, because I do think it does save a tiny bit of time. It just helps you transition from sprinting to being ready to whistle slightly quicker. Okay. Ah. That ogre. Always with that attack missing recently. At least I'm not getting hit, but that attack missing really slows down the ogre. Darn. Why? Souls extraction shooter would be hilarious. I mean, we're maybe gonna get it, so whoops. We'll see just how hilarious it is or is not. And Sekiro 2 would feed families. That's true. Would feed my family for generations to come. do have guns in Duskbloods. Yeah? I don't know. I have such low hopes for that game, but hopefully I am blown away. Serious new beverage in an orange can. What could it be? I had sub 30 yesterday. Yes. I mean, also sub 29:30. I think it wasn't actually yesterday. I think it was the day before yesterday. It's really annoying that my body will just not sleep recently since I got back from Souls Coliseum. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fix it. I've never had this problem before of just not being able to sleep. I have nothing that's stressing me out that would, like, you know, be like, oh, this is the obvious reason why. I have no reason I need to get up. I've got nothing preventing me from sleeping, but I just wake up in the morning and I'm just awake. And it's like in the morning. I go to bed when there's hardly morning left, and somehow I still wake up in the morning. And I'm not able to get back to sleep, so I'll do stuff for a while. Then I'll try to, like, get back to sleep after doing stuff for a bit. I'm like, maybe my body just needs a bit of a reset. And I can only get like an hour or two nap, and then I'm just awake again. I'm just tired every day. I hate it. I like sleeping. Sleeping is good. Bad ogre, but acceptable. Am I able to see a doctor, or am I American? I probably could. It doesn't... I mean, I don't know. I don't know how easily I could see a doctor, but... I could. It feels like something that shouldn't be that hard to just solve. Melatonin, lifting weights, magnesium glycinate, vitamin B1. that. No, why are you running away? Why are you running? Horrible Yobu now. This is so sad. We have a bad ogre, always land the double canyon. Yep. That is the curse of every runner. If you have a bad ogre, you will always land double canyon. If you have a perfect ogre, you will probably not land double canyon. What is the opposite? Get too lazy to wake up? I used to be the I mean, presumably it will go back to that at some point, but I have always been able to, even if I wake up, just be like, wait, that wasn't enough sleep. I'm going back to sleep, and just close my eyes again and fall back asleep. I don't know why recently I can't. Yeah, that was a horrible Yobu. Oh well. By oh well, I mean, it's probably impossible to PB already, but I can try. Genuinely, all it takes is a bad Yobu, and you're probably dead run. Oh, really dead if Bull just misses somehow. Blue light on devices prevents sleep, but I'm not having trouble falling asleep. That's if anything, my only trouble usually was falling asleep, where I would end up staying up too late, and so then I'd sleep in too late, and then, but I'm having no trouble whatsoever falling asleep. I'm just not staying asleep. It's very weird for me. Very opposite to what usually happens. Some histamine, it prolongs your sleep. The opposite of an antihistamine? Tried a weighted blanket that helped you. I have a pretty big comforter. It's not exactly weighted, but it's a nice. Exercise to tire your body is super helpful. That's not a bad idea. I mean, exercise is not a bad idea in general. What's a solid at-home exercise routine if I have no weights? Push-ups, jumping jacks, squats, lunges. Yes, all that. Okay. Maybe I can try all of that. I assume not right before bed, otherwise you're just building up a bunch of adrenaline, right? But maybe like an hour before bed? Maybe like exercise, then shower, then sleep or something? Ah. My bad on the ogre. Not the worst, though. Crunches are good. Oh, yes, yes, crunches. Want to do cold shower so bad, but I'm gonna turn it so hot your skin goes red kind of showerer. I'm a medium warm showerer. I do not want to do cold showers, but not so hot that I didn't know people did it that hot. I thought what I did was a hot shower. Until I felt what somebody else had it set as, and it was like, oh my god. How are you in that? How is that comfortable? I feel like this would burn me. Like, genuinely. I feel like I would have first-degree burns and need to go to the hospital from this. How are you in that? Almost just like be borderline scalded, legit painful. Yeah, that's I can't do that. I just have it nice and comfortably warm. Fastest, but may also be the worst way to fix your sleep schedule is to pull an all-nighter. I mean, that's not... If I needed to adjust when it was, yeah. I've done all-nighters to do that. But this is not... The problem, basically, is that I'm half kind of pulling all-nighters. Because when I'm going to bed, I'm just not getting enough sleep. And I'm waking up... not tired, but then I'm getting tired during the day. So it's not really... That's not really an all-nighter fix type of situation. An all-nighter is for like... Okay, I'm currently falling asleep at, you know... 5 a.m., but I need to be falling asleep at midnight instead. So let me stay up all the way till the next midnight after, and then be so tired that I'll fall asleep, and then, you know, voila. This is, I'm falling asleep at the right time. Just need to stay asleep. So, Women do be like that. Yeah. Is that a common thing? I feel like, yeah, similarly, the women in my family like it to be a lot warmer. Yeah. I didn't do the block hit there. So I just keep getting... That one hit is just not hitting, and it's messing up the whole ogre. It's just causing so many resets. Just because that one hit just keeps not connecting. It's not Women's Day anymore. Like, we'll be, you know, chilling in the house, like, and all of us will be like, oh, it's a nice, comfortable temperature. And my sister will, like, go and get her jacket and, like, bundle up. And we're like, it's like 70, you know, like 73 in the house or something. And we're like, it's a good temperature. And she's like, it's so cold. Your partner for 8 years, you've never not amazed at her tolerance for heat. Dang. Evil. Understanding is women generally have lower levels of blood circulations. That's a main contributor. Could be. Ah! Oh my guy, your girlfriend hates hot showers. You love them scalding. Dunno. Women be boiling. Fingers and toes tend to be frozen. Ah. Because of the circulation. I mean, one other thing that I know is that I sleep a lot better when it's cold. So, like, even though it's still, like, winter and it's not, like, warm, my room gets a little warm when I have my computer going, and I get really warm when I sleep. I will wake up, and if the room is not freezing, then I will be hot when I wake up. So I kind of have to keep my room very cold when I sleep. Otherwise, I will get too warm due to my body heat. Other possible causes of my, I guess it's insomnia. I guess you'd call this insomnia. I've gained a little weight recently, which isn't so great. It's not like a lot, but like, I think I am right now the heaviest I've ever been, which isn't so great. And I've recently tried to cut out, partially because of that, tried to cut out as much sugar as I can. I've tried to do like no soda or no sugar sodas and stuff. So I don't know if any of those could be contributors. I feel like weight gain definitely could be. Ah! Ah! Me when I have the slowest tutorial of all time. Ah. Body temperature goes down when you're asleep and goes up when you're awake. I feel like it's kind of the opposite for me, but I don't know. At least it feels like it. Nice. I was playing games on a bright monitor till early morning, but I always do that. There's no change there. I'm just on a schedule where my body thinks that this is a different time of day than it actually is. I'd still be affected by my trip too. Oh, I mean, almost certainly, but it's just been long enough that there should be some return to normalcy, and there really hasn't been. Even a gradual or slow return to normalcy, I'd be like, okay. But there just hasn't been any. Good enough. We take those. There's a whole week to recover from jet lag, so you might just need some time. It's been a week, though. It's been a whole week. I'm just saying. Like, literally got back Monday. It's now Monday. Aw. Maybe mentally I'm still in the Coliseum. I'm still fighting for my life, yeah. Ah. It's nothing bad, yeah. It's just annoying to be tired. It's annoying to be tired because usually as soon as I start feeling a bit tired, I'm just like, oh, that means it's a good time to end stream. But if I ended stream when I feel a bit tired, then I just basically wouldn't be streaming at all, which would be bad. Imagine just not showing up to work because you're like, oh, I'm just kind of tired today. And not that streaming is the hardest job ever, but speedrunning specifically, you kind of have to be on your game. I mean, I suppose in the meantime, instead of speedrunning, if I get tired, I could be playing like Slay the Spire 2 or something. Have something a little more relaxed, where I can just plan out my turns instead of having to be locked in and focused. Do I take any naps? I try not to if I can avoid it, because I want to save all the sleeping for happening at once. Because if I take naps, I can get into a cycle of I take a nap, therefore I don't sleep enough at night, therefore I'm so tired that I need to take a nap, therefore I don't sleep enough at night. And like I just get in this caught in this cycle of I never get good sleep because I'm napping. So I try not to, but if I have to, or if I am that tired, I will take a nap. Giga Chad, I'm just kind of tired today. Worse than being tired, then you lay down for 30 minutes to fall asleep and nothing happens. It's like, the hell is this? Yep. Did some co-op Slay the Spire runs today. Was super fun. Yeah, I'd be totally down for that. Have Aggie or Parky or anyone, Domo, Chris, Katie, has anyone been playing Slay the Spire 2 that you think would want to co-op with me? Because I'd be so down. How many players can you have in a co-op? Is it up to 3, 4? Four, Not that you've seen. Dang it! They've probably been playing it off stream, though. I might be able to convince them. Parky probably still wants to play Mahjong with all of us. I still have not really learned the rules of Mahjong. Someone played it a bit. Oh. I only know of Parky playing it. But if Parky's playing it, Aggie's probably playing it. There might be a squad I could get together. There we go. There's a good ogre. Except for the one attack that missed because he did the elbow drop at the end, but not a bad ogre. Mahjong is base even though I barely understand it. Yeah. Like I think I effectively get it, aside from like then there's a million specific things of oh, actually you get more points if you do this where you have these specific things, but you don't have these specific things. And it's like, huh? Ooh, barely made that. But the basics of replace tile to get a hand that follows enough rules to win makes sense. It's effectively like Gripe, the card game. Aggie's on the fence about playing in early access. I think if you offered to play co-op, might convince him. I mean, wasn't Slay the Spire 1 also technically in early access for forever, or am I thinking of Hades? Double unlucky. Not the absolute worst thing, but All right, I'll take it. Does turning your camera like that on the way to Gyobu make the gunner less likely to hit you? In theory, yes. I didn't come up with that strat, so I don't know what it does or why it works. But I saw Yuruka do it, so I'm copying it. In theory, I believe it makes the gunner less likely to shoot you. Is to release and completely redid the ending. So waiting is what you're doing. Okay. Is speedrunning better with mouse and keyboard? It's just preference, whatever you like. It is maybe just the tiniest bit better on keyboard and mouse, but not enough that you would ever have any need to swap. Am I thinking of Factorio? The game spent like 10 plus years in early access. I'm definitely not thinking of Factorio. I mean, I know a lot of games spend a lot of time in early access, but Subnautica, I know, was in early access basically forever. I'm not even sure if it's out of early access now. I think it is. But I believe also Hades and or Slay the Spire were in early access basically forever. Hades, I think, was in early access on, like, it was like PlayStation or Xbox exclusive or something, and then it came to Steam when it fully released or something. I don't remember. Or it was like Epic Games exclusive. One of them was. Hades was in early access for a long time. Don't know about Slay the Spire. Okay. Hades initially was in early access as an Epic exclusive. Yeah, then it was Hades I was thinking of. From what I've seen of Slay the Spire 2, it looks like it kind of has everything that Slay the Spire 1 had all in there. It doesn't really look like an incomplete game. Maybe it doesn't have Ascensions. That might be about it. The time that was up and came to Steam, it was less than a year to 1.0. Aha. Oh, the hockey stop. Much as anything else, was the devs wanting to move the engine from Unity to Godot. Is it Godot or is it Godot? I think it's Godot. Fair, to be honest. It has Ascensions. Oh. Then I feel like it just kind of has everything. I feel like it's just kind of a full access game. Oh, 140. That is embarrassingly bad tutorial. Whatever. It's just one of those nights where we're just not getting good paces whatsoever, so we gotta take what we can get. Where just absolutely nothing has gone right whatsoever. We've yet to actually get, like, a good ogre. We've yet to get a good Gyobu. Our success rate on Double Canyon has been atrocious. I don't even know if we've gotten an attempt at Bull. The menuing. That ogre again, but not the worst. Yeah. Nope. I sold their art in some places, and they said there's more cards and balance updates coming. But yeah, the most egregious thing that's missing is an equivalent to the heart fight. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Kind of feels like a game like Slay the Spire. Like, feels like adding an encounter should just realistically be very easy to do, very quick to implement. Kuro turn. I should reset, but I just want to get something started. Like, because everything's so, you know, set in the way that it's made. Like, if you were to add a new encounter in a Souls game, well, you know, now not only do you need the new, you know, art of it, whatever, you also need a new 3D model, which in itself can be tough. Animations for each of the attacks that works with the 3D model. You need to balance out the hitboxes. You need to design the hitboxes, but then you also need to balance out where they are, how big they are, how spaced apart they are in time. Like, there's so many things that go into that. Whereas in, like, a Slay the Spire encounter, you can just kind of be like, okay, what attacks would it make sense for it to have? Well, it could do, like, you know, a double attack. And then it could do, you know, a buff, whatever. Like, you can come up with interesting designs, but implementing it is probably as simple as just putting in the numbers of, then it attacks for 48. So, seems like it should be easy for them to kind of fill out whatever's missing. Now we're on playthrough number 3. Nice. Good ogre. Theory and math involved in balancing a good RPG encounter that's paced well. It's really as simple as putting in the numbers, to be honest. Yes. Yes. But that balancing is still, I think, a lot easier to do than a, you know, full 3D encounter. And also, in early access, if it's not perfectly balanced, that's something you can get feedback on and fix. Whereas a 3D encounter, if that was a thing in early access, which it generally isn't, you still would need a fully complete model. You still would need fully complete animations. You still would need, you know, fully complete hitboxes. You can't put in a placeholder model in a 3D like that doesn't really, you know. You could put in placeholder art in a 2D game and it would work. You could put in placeholder attack values that haven't been fully balanced and it would work, you know. So all I'm saying is it should be, compared to other things, easier. Not, oh, so free, I could do it myself. Give me 20 minutes. Final thoughts, rating on Requiem. Very good. I liked it a lot. Second favorite RE game that I've played. 8 or 8.5 out of 10. I feel like I would appreciate it more if I played it on the hardest difficulty that only unlocks after you beat the game. Or did like more speedrun, like the speedrun challenge or the other in-game challenges that the game gives you. But I don't know that I have a strong desire to replay all of the Grace sections. As much as they were very good for a first playthrough, I don't know that they'd be as interesting on a second play. I don't know. Maybe. Still, it was very good regardless. Oh, good morning. The difficulty thing for which you have to complete the game once. Yeah. It would be cool if I could have just gone to the highest difficulty on my first playthrough and definitely gotten my butt kicked, but had a fun time with it anyway. From what I hear, it is really hard. And so, for your average gamer, selecting that on a first playthrough would have been a big mistake, but it's a mistake I would have preferred to be able to make. Good. Difference for second play is you have an idea of the resource you can spend, so you don't have to hoard it all. Yeah, true.
Good luck, bitch.
But I would anyway. Thank you for the good luck. Imagine not hoarding resources. I gotta save them for RE10. Nice. Fair, you aren't the average casual player. For RE, I kind of am. I was not the greatest RE player of all time when I played it. That works. That was a little weird. I kind of reacted wrong, but it's fine. Okay. Pretty good, Yogu. What's my favorite Souls-like game? Are you including games made by FromSoft or specifically not FromSoft? Because I can just tell you my top 3 and you can figure out based on your criteria. Number 1, Sekiro. Number 2, Elden Ring. Number 3, Liza P. So figure out what counts and doesn't count for your Souls-like. 1 Sekiro, 2 Sekiro, 3 Sekiro. True. Nice. And some kimchi fried rice. Nice. Not a big fan of kimchi, but it is impressive that it can fry that rice. I mean, I thought a shrimp frying the rice was impressive, but kimchi? That's not even animate. Well, like kimchi? No, not really. Nice. Nice. Unlucky. Nice! Double lightning. They're written non from Soft Souls like Lies of P. And then Kazan number 2, and then another Crab's Treasure number 3. Kazan is underrated. I agree. Shoulder bash, shoulder bash, shoulder bash. Hey. It'd be helpful to describe games as having some Souls-like mechanics, but to a greater or lesser extent, the same way that roguelike and roguelite suggest different things. Yeah. That's it's true. The main thing is just like games can have a primary genre and then other, you know, things that they have some aspects of. So, as an example, Hollow Knight's main genre is obviously Metroidvania. To try to say its main genre is Souls-like would be silly. No, there's no serious consideration for the main genre of Hollow Knight being Souls-like. However, it's got a few, you know, Souls-inspired mechanics. So, I don't necessarily think that needs terms. I think you can just say 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, oh, it's a this type of game with some Souls-inspired mechanics. You know, I think that's fine. I don't think it needs to be like, it's a Souls-light because it has bonfires and Estus, but it doesn't have a stamina and slow roll based combat. Like, I don't think we need to, like, you can just be like, it's primarily this, but how does Black Myth fit in? It is primarily a 3D action RPG. There's not directly a name, but the type that's like God of War. Not a character action game, like your Bayonettas and your Devil May Cries and your Ninja Gaidens. I think those are all character action games. Not quite there, but a more neutral action RPG. Not on the ridiculously fast, flashy combo side. Not on the ridiculously slow Souls side. But that like middle ground. And I don't think we have a specific name for it. It's just action RPG. With a little bit of Souls-inspired stuff. Specifically the, like, bonfire in Estus. Have I seen Pluribus? No, I have not. God of War plays nothing like Wukong, though. Not in specifics, but in generals, they play similar. In the same way that in generals, you know, Elden Ring and Another Crab's Treasure play similar. They don't, if you looked at them very, you know, one-to-one, it's like, but they don't have the same, you know, this, they don't have the same that, they don't, like, there's a lot of ways to find a lot of differences, but sort of the, you know, the pacing and the skills and the skill trees and the, like, I feel like there's some similarities. I haven't played God of Wars, though. I'm talking about the new remake ones, not the old ones. But observationally, they feel as though they would fit into the same overall genre. Maybe not the same, like, sub-genre, but the same overall genre. Okay. Remember chasing these monkeys around for 20 minutes, yeah. Like, I certainly wouldn't call either God of War or Wukong a character action game, nor would I call either of them a Souls-like. So, I mean, unless you want to differentiate super hard within the 3D action RPG genre, I feel like they fall both into that same middle ground. Even if they're not exactly the same. No. Sandbox action games. Sandbox. Maybe that's a good enough descriptor. Wukong is combo driven even if there are like 2 combos. Yes. Yes, it is. I think a little so too is God of War. At least I think I've seen some juggling, some combos in it. But neither of them is nearly as combo as a character action game. Okay, let's see if I remember the strat. Well, a little unfortunate. Have to do my backup and hope it works. Hooray, my backup worked. Didn't even really lose that much time at all. 3 seconds. We'll take that. That's fine. I'm hyped for Phantom Blade Zero. It looks fun. Doesn't exactly look like my style of game, but it looks fun. I mean, Wukong wasn't my style of game, but it was a lot of fun. Whew. That was scary. Will I be going for No Gachin Gunfort if I chase sub 29? Yeah, I should already be doing No Gachin Gunfort, but I just keep forgetting. I think that is a very easy way to save a few seconds. It will cost some more resets, but very worth it. Current goal is reasonable to still use it, but they definitely feel almost equally consistent. Yeah, I have found the Gachin to actually be very consistent for me recently, which is why I've continued to use it, because it, like, the consistency has just been so good. I've hardly had to reset on Gunfort at all, which has felt very nice, but aw. But yeah, I think it is free time save for not a lot less consistency for No Gachin. So it is something I should be doing. I think it's like a full like 2 or 3 seconds just not using the animation of the Gachin. And then I do need to learn the like jump and attack the wall strat to not get shot. Well, I guess I don't have to, but... It would be even more a little bit of time save. Your Gachin Gunforts died a ton. Yeah, I remember that being the case for me previously as well, but since coming back to the category, I don't know. I've just been on a tear. I have lost, like, maybe, you know, 3 runs out of, like, 15 that I've gotten to Gunfort, it feels like. Maybe I've actually had more that I've gotten to Gunfort. That's insane. Yeah, it's been good. Nice. Yo, thanks for the good luck blanks. How's the RE4 randomizer permadeath going? Am I streaming the Dustbloods when it comes out? Probably yes. Against my better judgment, I probably will. Which means I will need to buy a Switch 2, which is going to be expensive. I need to buy a capture card. I need to figure out how to hook it all up and get it looking good on stream. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare, but we'll see. I'm not a controller guy. I know, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be PvP that I hate, with a controller that I hate, on Nintendo Switch that I hate, online only that I hate. But it is the new FromSoft thing, so can't really avoid it. Works little bit slow, but not the worst. If Dustbloods is like Arc Raiders, then it'll be good, I think. The thing is, I don't want to play Arc Raiders, so it might be good for people that like Arc Raiders. I don't know that it'll be good for me. I buffered it! Come on, I did the strat. I swear I did the strat. What was I slow on? If anybody could clip that so I can see what part I was slow on. How weird was it playing with a controller during most of the segments at Souls Coliseum? Pretty weird. I mean, I'm pretty good at adjusting to things, so, like, I could figure it out. I did not figure out how to do sprint jumps on controller, which would have been really helpful in the PvP section when I was trying to avoid getting parried. Looked fast to you. That's what I thought, but somehow one of my inputs must have been a frame late, because you're supposed to beat that out as long as everything is perfectly buffered. So one of my inputs must have been one frame late. We did also get the very unlucky ape that was guaranteed to lose us a bunch of time no matter what, but might have still been a PBable run. Oh, Dustbuds has some silly Joy-Con mechanics, like in Mario Party. Try to envision Mitch sitting there shaking a be all like, hey, gold. Come on, crit now. Oh, that's bad. Okay.
Sekiro.
Oh, Dustbuzz is awful because I'm not getting a Switch too. Yep. Yep, with a good ape, we definitely would have PB'd. Oh well. So sad. Sometimes ape just gives you the worst luck, and you try to recover, and it does not work. All right, let's see. Let's see what happened. So, did I buffer the R1 after? It sure looks like it, but let's slow it down. That feels like a buffered input. That one was definitely buffered. That one's definitely buffered. Honestly, the Mortal Draw might not have been buffered. Yeah, that looks buffered. That's definitely buffered. That's definitely buffered. And then let me watch the Mortal Draw after the jump. Yeah, I wait till I'm actually in the air to input it. It's actually the Mortal Draw that I'm late on. Okay. Everything else was buffered. It's the Mortal Draw that I did not buffer. So I was 1 frame late on it. The fact that the Switch one only has 30 FPS lock on half their main games is a crime in itself, yeah. Brain dead take, but I just don't care about Dustbloods. Everyone knows it's filler for the next mainline game. That being said, Night Rain was sick. Only thing that could have been late is MD, it seems. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't particularly care about Duskbloods, but it's FromSoft. I have liked everything that FromSoft has made. Except for Dark Souls 2. Since Dark Souls 1 onward, everything that they have made, except for Dark Souls 2, has been a banger. So it feels like I give them the benefit of the doubt against my better judgment and see if I like Dustbloods, and yeah, maybe I hate it. We'll see. In Miyazaki, we trust. As long as it doesn't have a number 2 on it. I'm gonna get a Switch for that, even though I would like to try it. Yeah. Even though we mainly care about single player, there's a huge FromSoft fan base who like PvP, which is in every Souls game. Is there? Is there a huge fan base who likes PvP? I feel like that's not really true. Like, there certainly is a fan base. I don't know about huge. What was the, Elden Ring deaths graphic. Infographic stats. Like, here. Look at just... Okay, this image is the smallest image I have ever seen. Oh, I can zoom in. There we go. Causes of death. Official infographic by FromSoft. 14% fall to death. 15% status effect. 69% nice. Enemies and NPCs. 2% by another player. And of that 2% by another player, there's no guarantee that even all of those were intentionally meaning to engage in PvP. A lot of those are people that want to do co-op that are then forced into PvP. And that's still a very small number. So, you know, I'm not saying that there are not PvP fans. I don't think it's a huge portion of FromSoft players that are PvP fans. 2% is some of the people that were playing early and had to do the PvP quest. Yeah, exactly. They put a lot of incentives in to sort of force players into PvP, and it's still a tiny slice. So that's my reasoning for why I don't think it is a huge fan base for PvP. Right? If Dustbloods has 2% of the sales of Elden Ring, I mean, honestly, that's still a lot because Elden Ring sold a bajillion copies. But, you know, like, it's not like that much, you know? I expect it will be more than 2% of the sales of Elden Ring. But that's all you could realistically say for people that are excited for it, as opposed to just, well, I'll try out the new FromSoft game. Hey. The kind of messed up invasions in Elden Ring, though? How so? Back when you do invasions for Vara's quest, I would just nope out the moment the connection was made. Because you could, like, fail a certain number of times and then succeed the quest. There's still some percent, and it's cool that they are getting their game. Yep, fair. Even Armored Core fans, all 5 of them, got their AC6. Hooray! No Covenant? Sure, but... I don't know, were Covenants really, like, that... much? Like, do people not just want to do PvP, but instead will only do PvP if there's a reward for it? I mean, very possibly so. That is kind of how people work. And if so, does that really mean that people want or really like PvP if they're only doing it for a reward that's given. Nice. Good, good. Good. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. Oh, it's a disaster. It's probably just a straight up reset with how bad that phase 1 was. All the worst everything. You missed! Yeah, it is a straight up reset. Oh. Yeah. PvP on Elden Ring PC sucks so bad due to easy anti-cheat. That's why it's not that huge. People who played PvP on PC mostly use seamless co-op. That's why they're not on the statistic. Not early on. That statistic was not for, like... That's not a, like, super recently updated statistic. That was, like, before Shadow of the Erdtree happened and everything. But what does easy anti-cheat have to do with the PvP? Why is that? I've been sick at Double Canyon. I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good, mostly. Well, sometimes. A great look either, but I imagine the choice was between Switch 2 exclusive or the game literally will never exist at all. Why? Why would the game not exist? Why does FromSoft, one of the premier AAA companies that sold a billion copies of Elden Ring, one of the most successful games of, you know, a studio not called like EA, why would they not be able to fund a game? Then they made Night Rain, which they weren't expecting to sell well at all, and it sold very well. Then they made, before that, they made Assassin's Creed, or not Assassin's Creed, Armored Core 6, which they were expecting to sell 5 copies of, and, you know, maybe make back the price of a ham sandwich, and that sold very well. Like, everything they have made has been super successful, and they are swimming in money. I don't know how they would not be able to make a game if not for an investment from Nintendo. Unless I really don't understand how game development works. I feel like they should have plenty and plenty of money for that. So the making it exclusive to Nintendo kind of just feels like greed. Obviously, when they were first starting and they were not a big name company, they just were a subsidiary of Sony, and so Demon's Souls had to be made for Sony. It was literally just like commissioned by Sony, make us an Oblivion game. And then Miyazaki went, yes, Oblivion. This will totally be like an Elder Scrolls game. Makes Demon's Souls. And even with Bloodborne, like they had been quite successful with Dark Souls 1 and 2, but like, you know, not into that uber mainstream. So I could totally see why Bloodborne, they felt like they really wanted to ensure it with Sony again. At this point, taking the Nintendo money, I feel like it's just bad. Know subconsciously that AC is Assassin's Creed. Yep. Not for money, but for business opportunities so they can have further collaboration. I guess? I don't... Still seems silly. Perhaps they look into the finances, as in, they sold plenty of Elden Ring, but how many employees do they have, and do they have any loan and obligations to fulfill? I have a hard time imagining that you make a game, right? You've spent the money to make the game. It's already spent, right? You've already spent the money to make the game, and you expect to make back, I don't know, a few million copies or whatever with Elden Ring, right? They're probably expecting it to be as successful as their previous titles. It then sells like as well as like all of their previous titles put together, basically, far exceeding any expectation that they had. And all of that is money that they are receiving after they have already paid for and developed the game. I have a hard time believing that is not enough to fund a new game, or in this case, multiple new games of like Night Rain and Duskbloods and whatever's gonna come after. Unless they are just like really bad with their finances. The sales numbers for previous titles should be studied after Elden Ring release, because surely people go back to play older games. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they even got, yeah, boosts in sales on older games as well. Does anything they release isn't a risk at this point? Let's be real. Hard to deny exclusive to Switch 2 being a tad greedy. Yep, that's how I feel about it. Maybe they have no faith in Duskbloods, and so they said, hey, this is a way to guarantee we will make a profit because we can have all of our expenses paid. Which is a reasonable thing to think and do, but only if they are really not confident in their game doing well enough for them. And they're okay with losing a lot of goodwill with the community, making another exclusive after everyone has expressed how much they hate exclusives, and making their online-only title on the console with the worst online out of all of them. But, you know, at least it will be like a super sure thing. As far as I know, the project was greenlit before Elden Ring was released. Okay, I mean, Maybe that's it. Maybe it's been in development for so long, and the deal with Nintendo was so long ago, and they wish they could take it back because they have infinite money now. They discovered the infinite money glitch of release Elden Ring. But maybe they're just stuck in a contract and Nintendo won't let them out of it. Very good, Ogre. And thank you for the good luck. Bloodborne PC part would make tons of money. It probably would. But somebody is preventing that. Either Miyazaki, who doesn't want his baby touched, or Sony, who don't see the value in remakes, remasters, and ports, despite remaking, remastering, and porting The Last of Us tens of times. One of the two, who knows? It makes Sony more money? No, it's their IP if I'm not mistaken. It's not as though they can just get away with not paying a developer for the game that they made. It would obviously make both Sony and FromSoft money. It is very unlikely that Sony got a 100% we own all sales of Bloodborne in perpetuity in the contract. The rumors point to FromSoft blocking the remake remaster. That is what the rumors say. But I think that specific part of the rumors is very suspect. Because the rumor goes that Bluepoint, you know, before being shut down, was working on a Bloodborne remake or remaster, one of the two, whatever. While Sony basically gave them no directions of what to work on. Sony had just no idea what to do with Bluepoint, so Bluepoint just started working on a Bloodborne remake or remaster. And then Sony told them, no, stop that. Actually work on something to do with God of War. We're not going to tell you what, but just make something God of War. Which in itself is already like, well, that's a very weird way for businesses to operate. But the part that I find very suspect then is the rumor states that Sony told Bluepoint that they can't do a Bloodborne remake because FromSoft said that they couldn't. That Sony was like, no, we're totally fine with it, but it's FromSoft that won't let you. Even if that were true, there's no way Sony would say that. That would be kept behind closed doors. They'd just be told, stop working on this. So the way the information comes about doesn't make any sense. I can still believe that it was FromSoft, but the way the rumor tells it doesn't make sense. Slightly bad ogre, but not too bad. Sony's questionable on Steam Ghost of Tsushima. Can't play Legendary co-op mode, but Helldivers 2 is available. Wait, what? There's a mode that isn't playable on the PC version? That's weird. Nice double canyon. Nice. Either way, it's a shame Blue Point whenever get to make more pretty stuff. Inarguable that their Demon Souls remake was very pretty. Yeah. But I saw so much hate on Twitter, which is a cesspool of hate, for the Demon's Souls remake, which I did not get. Ow. So much like good riddance Blue Point for making the worst remake of a game ever. It's like, it's just a prettier version. And it was, yeah, it was super faithful to the OG. Yes, the, you know, art direction on some of the enemies was a little different. But not like... not so much that it was unrecognizable. They changed some lighting and changed some weird stuff, which I liked because it was weird. Yeah, basically. I mean, the one that I could see was the weird fat guy. Does kind of look like a different, like, character. Like, it doesn't quite have that same vibe. But a lot of it was basically just... I liked the jank of the original. It was... you know, it was cool how weird and off-putting it looked because on the PlayStation 3 they were limited in what they could do. It was like, bring back the weird and off-putting. And it's like that... I don't know, then just play the original. Like... it's fine for it to just look nice. Oh, and also some music stuff. I think, like... there was definitely some valid complaints about, like, oh, the music is a bit too, like, grand, a bit too, like, bombastic. And it's like, okay, that's fair enough. It was still good music, though. Was it Unreal Engine 5 or FromSoft Game Engine? I don't know what engine it was in, actually. All I know is they managed to basically recreate every weapon's attack. Exactly frame for frame. You get the fans don't like the changes. Imagine if they remake DS1 but made Ornstein and Smo and Gwyn music orchestral. I'd be fine with that. I mean, maybe not Gwyn's Plin Plin Plon, I guess. But, like, I'd be down to hear, like, a grander version of Plin Plin Plon. And if it turned out well, I might be like, oh, damn, oh, okay. Hey, there we go. Use their in-house engine by Blue Point. Ah. Unlucky. Under the impression they just copied over the entire game into a new engine, felt almost exactly the same gameplay wise. I think it technically got remade from the ground up, but they just did such a ridiculously faithful job that it ends up like perfectly exactly the same. Like they made sure to like literally count the frames and make sure they were the same on attacks and animations and oh, the worst. The second lightning that actually loses you time instead of gaining you time. Yeah. Horrible Genny luck. It is what it is. The original code is still running underneath. They just did the same thing with their Shadow of the Colossus remake. Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. Alright, From's music is top tier either, but it's really nice. Yeah, it's pretty good. For making the atmosphere of the fights and stuff, it's good. It's solid. Technically, it's just a visual remake. That's perfectly fine by me. Right. I feel like everyone should have been fine by that. But there was a big movement on Twitter about how awful the remake was. And it's like... I can totally get being disappointed with a few of the changes, but like... calling it like the worst thing ever and it's a good thing the studio got shut down... because they changed some of the art in a way that you thought wasn't quite as good as the original. Like, okay. It's fine to like the original more. I don't feel like it's fine to applaud the shutdown of a studio because you didn't like a few of the art directions they made when updating the visuals. Twitter is never happy about anything. That's so true. Pinhole foil hat time. FromSoft is just mad that Bluepoint has better technical chops than them. Maybe. Like, I think the biggest one that I saw pointed out that was repeated over and over was the opening cinematic shot. There's like a dragon that roars. I think it's just a shot of like a dragon roar. That's like it. I don't know that it even necessarily has like that much connection or impact or anything. And in the original, it's like brown against a brown background. And it roars. And in the remake, it's like nighttime and the dragon's kind of glistening and there's the moon behind it. And it roars. And they're like, the original had so much soul. It was haunting, this strange creature. This enigmatic thing. And then when it opens its mouth, you're filled with dread as its terrifying cry comes out. And then in the original, it's a dragon at night that roars, like whatever. It's like, I don't know. I looked at the two images and I'm like, the one at night with the moon behind looks like way better. Like genuinely much better. It's not brown on brown. It's actually visually interesting. Oh, I wasn't locked on. Oh, that's so bad. Well, we're gonna just not do the new strat. We're gonna do the old strat. Good enough. Whatever. Run is not dead. Run is on life support, but not dead. Those kind of posts are just engagement rage bait. I guess so. But it was... There were so many replies that were agreeing. I was so confused. My Twitter feed recently was RE fans hating on Chris just a couple days ago. Dang, okay, yeah, it really is just a cesspool. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, no gotchin. We're behind. We take the risk. Risk it for that biscuit. Excuse me. Maybe I shouldn't when I haven't practiced for no gotchin how to not get shot by the very first guy, but it'll be fine, probably. What? What? Okay, I've never seen that before. What was that? How did I just get stuck unmoving? Oh, the literal last moment I could get shot. Well, rip the run. Is what it is. Too much time lost to make up. At least the gotchin list worked out just fine, so we know we can do that in the future. Hopefully this F is for the death that happened and not for the stream. We are not fine. Loop of F, refresh, and we're fine. Okay. Weird. Okay. Oh. Right, having a gotching messes up my menuing. I gotta remember that. If I go gotchinless for Gunfort... I can do the gotching after Roberto just to get it out of my inventory. Actually, wait, no, I can't. Would it last into monkeys and ruin everything? I'm not sure if it would. I think it actually barely wouldn't. Not 100% sure. Playing Sekiro for the first time as your first Souls game. Oh, ho, ho. Good luck. It's tough, but fun. Speaking of exclusives. So hype for Saros? I don't know what that is. If it's an exclusive for PlayStation, then yeah, I could not care. Eternal spiritual sequel. Ah. Unfortunately, PlayStation exclusive equals exclusively me not playing it. Oh, I did the slow version. I didn't realize. Yeah. Horrible luck on Ape. Good thing it happens on a bad run. But Nintendo exclusive means you'll play it. I really don't want to. But it's a new FromSoft game. If FromSoft made another PlayStation exclusive, I might be forced to buy a PlayStation for it. I can only get away with not playing old PlayStation exclusives because they're old. So there's no, like, time-sensitive play it now. If I had my choice, I would not get a Nintendo Switch, but I do have a choice, but like, I have a choice where the correct answer is buy a Nintendo Switch 2 that I don't want to do. But it's the correct choice. On PS5 you can have. I bought a Pro, so my old one is just in a box under your bed. I still need a capture card and all, but I guess if I'm doing that for the Switch too, I guess I would have a capture card. Oh, very good, Emma.
Shura. Sekiro. Sekiro.
Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Not the perfect end, but with the fire there, it would have been really scary if I went for the perfect end. Okay, still another sub 30. So that was, yeah, the gun fort incident and then ape hard trolling. And otherwise, solid enough run. Could have PB'd. Thank you for the GGs. Cook sub 30s like I cook popcorn. I do love me some popcorn. Did you know you can just buy bags of microwave popcorn and then just microwave popcorn and have popcorn whenever you like it? You don't have to go to the movie theater. It's truly wild. But it tastes better when you pay $14 for it. Ah. The forbidden tech. Popcorn severely overrated. I think popcorn is a very voluminous snack. You get a lot of space of things to put in your mouth and crunch on and whatnot without it being like super high calorie, as long as, you know, you're not like doing ridiculous amounts of, you know, butter and salt and whatnot on it. I feel like popcorn's pretty good. I feel like for, you know, the cost benefit analysis of like a snacking, I feel like popcorn's pretty good. Very optimal snack indeed. Popcorn is not over nor under. It is rated. It is rated, yeah. What else is there to munch on in theaters? Costs a lot there, though. Well, yeah, it costs a lot there, but in theaters you could just get candy. They also sell just candy. But you get like a box of candy that's this big, or you get a bucket of popcorn. That's the size of a car. So, I do love some Sour Patch Kids, not gonna lie. Honestly, recently, if I get a candy, which I honestly haven't been to the theaters very much at all, but like one time recently, I went to the theaters and I wanted a candy, and I got the cookie dough bites. And those are pretty solid. I do love me some cookie dough. I hate theater food exclusivity. Yeah. Just let me bring in my outside food. I mean, they do as long as you hide it well enough. Just don't let them see it. Butterfinger, Milk Dud, Junior Mints, nothing but classics. And food smuggling into an art. Chicken breast with pasta? Holy. Cookie dough bites sound perfect for a movie snack. It's good. The only problem is you got a box, then inside of that box you got a plastic that you got to open up, and then you're scrunching with the plastic inside of the box whenever you're reaching in to grab one. If you're smart enough to think ahead, you probably open the box, open the plastic, pour them from the plastic into the box, just have the box inside. It's easier to like grab in and get them, but what about a rotisserie chicken? Now that's a snack. That's good healthy snack for a growing young boy. As a non-American, the no bringing outside food snacks has always been so weird to you. You're telling me in the theater outside of the US, they just let you bring in any food? Then how do they make any money? Because I've heard that theaters basically don't really make money on the tickets. It's all the snacks, apparently. $30 movie tickets. Ugh. Do not care. Also, yeah, $30. Okay, so as overpriced as snacks are in the US, then I could get my ticket plus snacks for the price of a ticket elsewhere. It kind of sounds like we've got a sweet deal then. Not that our tickets are like super cheap, but like 15 or under for a ticket, and then you can get a snack for 15 or under. Ah! Or you can just smuggle in outside stuff and don't let them know, and then you only pay the, you know, 15 or whatever. Am I a PC gamer? Of course. Always
Movie
PC.
tickets are expensive, but is free.
Oh. Hadn't thought about that. Theater will make so much money if they have Lord of the Rings type of movie. They're 5 hours, so people will likely buy more food. Yeah, I mean, the trend has been shorter movies. Except for, like, Avatar, apparently, still is, like, over 3 hours. In Norway, nobody stops you from bringing your own snacks. Never heard of it. Never experienced it yourself. Huh. Why do I keep restarting the game? To do a speed run. To start from the start of the speed run. To complete the game in a small amount of time. I do not know that much about graphics cards. I cannot tell you what is a better graphics card. It's like $8.50 for adults here. Oh, that's not bad. To be honest, even at American theaters, I don't know that I've ever actually seen or heard of somebody actually getting turned away for bringing in outside food or drink. It's like a rule that's posted and everybody knows that you can kind of ignore as long as you're not making it super obvious. All I need is a GPU that runs Sekiro and Autosplitter, pretty much. I've got a 3080, so it's does just fine. Slow. Okay, not bad. And by not bad, I mean quite good. Oh, really? Was 2 or more frames late? I could see me being late, but I thought only 1 frame at most. I felt close to the right timing. Wonder if Wolf is happy when you feed him the sugars. I mean, presumably. Sugar is nice. Do you like longer or shorter runs? I like shorter runs. I think I would be totally okay with a longer run that does not have a lot of RNG, but it kills me when you've got a really long run and at the end of it, at the very end of it, after you've gone through hours of trials and tribulations, you get the wrong RNG and your run dies. Hutching sugars is what Wolf smuggles into the theater. True. As well as some sticky rice balls. Othering rando speedruns. Well, rando speedruns are their own separate beast. It's literally a randomizer. Like, there's so much randomness that it kind of wraps back around into being skilled. Because you can't just do the thing and then, you know, there's a 50-50. The enemy does the right attack and you win, or the enemy does the wrong attack and the run dies. Instead, it's, okay, you're gonna get something horrible. I guarantee it. Now you have to, like, figure out how to deal with it. So it wraps back around to having strategy again. Because there's no way to optimize a randomizer to, oh, I got gargoyles, I'm always going to attack like this, and then it's a 50-50 whether I win or lose. It's going to be, oh, there's gargoyles, this sucks, but let me play it safe this way. Let me try to separate them this way. Let me figure out what my best weapon is to get me the best shot. You know, whatever it is. Which is why I usually lose randomizers when racing, because I'm way better at the, let me just take this 50-50. Let me just do the script. Okay. Just roll Lamentor as Fire Giant every time. It's perfect. Ah, early. Ah, late. Am I gradually gonna aim for sub 28? Probably not. There's probably a point where I'll be like, okay, this is enough for me. But I mean, if I could just get sub 29, that would be a huge accomplishment. That's already ridiculously hard. That's already the top of the top of the top. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I gotta go. Be right back. Easily do sub 27, surely. Yeah, Yuruka is so good. Yuruka and Wormdog just... They run these streets. If you were to submit your current PB, you'd be at around 33rd. Still faster than #1 on console, though. Yep, and that is despite the fact that console is faster than PC. You won't find any record where console has a better time than PC does. But console is faster than PC. Not really. It's actually it's slower, but the time that you see on your timer will be lower than on PC because there's a bug with the in-game time that LiveSplit fixes that is not fixed on console. Makes like a 10-second difference over the course of a run or something. Well, it makes like a 30-second difference or a minute difference or something. But then you also have the timer. There's like tutorial pop-ups which lose you time. The timer runs during like black screens and stuff which lose you time. So the net difference is like 10 seconds or something that the timer on console is lower. Or something like that. I don't know that we know an exact amount for how much difference it is. W console, W bugs, L fixes. True. You get a PC, you're running on console? So boring sometimes? Yeah. PC goated. Oh, nice teleporting Genny. Good. What if I got the world's fastest time with Gachin? Thoughts? Okay. Decent ogre. It was very weird, but it worked. Just Shura any percent. I'd all figured out, but just trying ape skip on console requires 1 minute and a half per try. Yep. Ah. Almost. It's just tedious. Yep. It is tedious. And skip being ornery today. A little bit. I mean, we've gotten a good several through Double Canyon. It's just a hard skip. There is a human limit to how consistent you can be. I do feel like I have been more consistent on previous days, but I don't think our consistency tonight has been terrible. Sometimes you just approach the human limit. Building a computer is fun, kind of like playing with Legos. Yeah, but like expensive Legos that you're worried about breaking. It's absolutely worth it to build your own computer for the price savings. It's like, it's not hard enough that it's just, it makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. Less nervous now that I've done it a few times and I know to have the electricity, the static electricity dispersing wristband thing. And now I feel pretty confident with it, but those first few times it was like, oh, I'm gonna mess something up. And then you think you're done, you press the power button, nothing happens, and you're like, oh no, I've ruined it all, it's all dead. There goes thousands of dollars. And then it just turns out you forgot to plug one thing in, and then you go back and you plug the one thing in, and it turns on, and it's the greatest feeling ever. Really is more painful to step on than Legos. Not sure that's possible. We all know Legos are the mathematically optimal shape for hurting when you step on them. Whoa, you're not supposed to do that. You're being weird. When your GPU causes more mental pain than physical, yep. Alright, bad ogre. That means guaranteed double canyon, right? I'm the math guy, right? What are the probability of Dream cheats during the tournament? 100%. Or as close to 100% as you can mathematically have. The good enough, close enough, it's, call it effectively guaranteed. Because we have to use our Bayes theorem. We have to use our prior knowledge and assumptions. Given that he has already cheated and already lied about it. Nice headshot. There we go. Oh. Well, that's a reset then. Yeah. It probably would have been a reset anyway because he ran, but... yeah, it's just too slow. It's wild to me that one man has cheated so many times, and despite being caught, keeps doing it. Just keeps doing it. In fact, seems to keep cheating more and more and more. And getting somehow more bold in claiming that he's not cheating every time he's called out for cheating. Very strange. Am I doing runs now or still practicing? Well, runs are practice, if you think about it. But also, yep, we're doing runs. Using Sekiro? Well, this is in Minecraft. Dream. No consequences, that's fine. Yeah, that's true. His audience doesn't care. If they supported him through one time of being absolutely proven cheating and lying about it, and even when coming clean, still lying about it, even while admitting to cheating, still trying to claim it was an accident, then, I mean, it really doesn't matter. He can cheat as much as he wants, and his audience is just gonna not care. Oh. Not great. How about him from Donkey's joke apology video, yeah? We hired this math professor to prove I wasn't cheating. By the way, the math professor says there was a 1 in a million chance that it could have been legitimate. But hey, at least that's less than 1 in 7 trillion. So that must prove that I wasn't cheating. Bad ogre and an actually failed double canyon. Can you believe it? We live in the 1 of the 1 in millions. That must be it. Monster Hunter blindfolded girl who kept adding more monitors. Yeah, that was a wild time. That was okay. Here, let me help you. Your blindfold clearly was see-through, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Here's a blindfold that isn't see-through. All you got to do is show that you can't, you don't have any monitors on anywhere. Put this on. It's actually not see-through. Don't look out through the nose bridge, and voila. And then there was another hidden monitor off screen, and the blindfold was worn super high so that she could see out of the bridge of the nose. And then it was like, okay, well, you know, I gave you all the benefit of the doubts that I could. It's it is what it is at that point. I'm gonna put a blindfold over my VR headset and pretend I can't see the game. Now that would be a clever. That's, as far as I know, nobody's done that just yet. A lot of people have tried to fake blindfolded in a lot of ways. As far as I know, I haven't seen that one yet. It would have been amazing if she kept finding ways around it, yeah. Are we winning? We've had a few runs that were on pace for PB tonight, but none that have quite gotten there. Ape has been particularly unkind to us tonight, I think has been one of the biggest ones. Pablo's your 4th monitor near your desk, then you don't need to have a weird angle of your head. Uh-huh. It would have been amazing if it had escalated to the point of I think she offered to do it live. With live people watching. That would have been... That would have been great. I don't know how that would have worked at all, but... That would have been fun. I was like, sure, I'll verify it live. I'll see what's up. But that did not end up happening. Just getting it live with pure luck cinema. Hello. Would be the actual speedrun was blindfolded strats. See, that was the thought, is like, if it was live, she could just learn how to do it with actual blindfolded strats locked on. And the funny thing is, then at that point, it wouldn't really have mattered. Like, sure, she, you know, we all would have known that she had cheated in the past, but her just doing it successfully would be like, well, impressive enough for me. Didn't need to sit in another room and do the fight legit. I mean, I'm not good at that fight. I did not know how to fight that monster whatsoever, but was she Queen Ponzalot was her name. There were 2 Carl Jobs videos on the situation if you wanted to get fully caught up. Alatreon Cinema. Looked like a fun fight. I hadn't been playing Monster Hunter World for a long time by the time the fight came out, but it looked like a fun fight. No! Oh, I got the hard part and I messed up the easy part and on a good ogre. This is so sad. And Parky played DS3 in the Firekeeper cosplay. Could somehow see. Unblind blindfolds are crazy. Yeah, it is very possible to get one. That remember, people were big mad because it required element when the current meta was raw. Yeah. I do think requiring something is a little, like, you know, making a monster very weak to an element feels like a natural way to encourage using element, but you must use element or you die Seems like a very arbitrary way to force element. Level check is kind of a lame gimmick, but the fight is so good regardless. Yeah. It's not required. I mean, isn't it basically required, though? At this point? Okay, whatever. Well, technically, you can kill the boss before it does the mechanic, so... Like, alright, but realistically... For a first-time kill, for playing the fight normally, it's required. Catchully. You're like saying technically it's not required to deal with waterfowl dance because you could get the very low chance that Melania just never does waterfowl dance. Or you could just have a one-shot build that kills her before she can do waterfowl dance. It's like, okay, you're technically right, but like, realistically, you're gonna have to find some way to deal with waterfowl dance. AKA run. Yep, that is an effective strategy. Very nice. If you die, you can go back down there again? Sure, but... If you're going with the, well, technically you have 3 lives thing, it's like... Okay, then technically you don't have to do any mechanic on any boss ever. You know, like, I feel like it's a little... It's a little outside the bounds of the equation here. This is unfortunate. Yeah, quite bad luck on Gyobu, unfortunately. I remember early speedruns for your weapon just took the death. Yeah. Saying it's not required and there are ways around it, that's all. But in ways that are not ways around it. If I said, oh, there's, snipers in this valley up here, so you are going to need to wear a bulletproof vest. And they said, well, no, I can just get shot and die. Okay. I mean, I don't think that would be ideal. Well, technically, I don't need to wear a bulletproof vest. Technically, I can get shot and die. I mean, I guess. Like, that's all. I'm just saying that doesn't really feel like getting around it. Like, there was a story of a guy who watched his friend fight Melania, and he said that his friend didn't like waterfowl dance, which, understandable, based. And so every time he would see her start doing waterfowl dance, he would just press the power button on his console to instantly turn it off, then load back in, start the fight again. And he just eventually beat Melania by her just not doing waterfowl dance for an entire fight. He didn't know the button combination for a quick quit out. He just said nope and turned off the console. That's actually wild. Which sugar do you think tastes best? Probably, I feel like Akko would be. Okay, very bad luck on Genny, but it's alright. I heard Hob has never fought Melania. Is that true? He's definitely fought Melania. There's no way that's true. More time lost than actually learning to dodge the attack. Yep. Our runs? We've been getting pretty unlucky tonight, but I'm playing decently well. We've had a few runs that effectively had no real mistakes, just really bad luck, so we'll get there eventually. What is keyboard and mouse button combination for quit out in Elden Ring? Escape. I don't remember, actually. My fingers could do it if you gave me a little time to do it. I think it's escape Z E left E. There might be an up in there. Like escape up E Z E left E. That seems about right to me. Have any special or any advice on how to get better at speedruns or start speedrunning in general? Practice. Practice a single small section, then practice another small section using, you know, a save. And practice another small section using a save. Then put those small sections together and practice like a medium-sized section. Then eventually put all those medium-sized sections together to be practicing the whole run by just going all the way through the game. Don't reset. Don't be like, oh, something went wrong, I'm gonna start over. You know, eventually just start practicing the whole game all the way through. And then as you practice the whole game, figure out what small sections you're doing wrong and practice those. And then actually start doing runs once you've got all the sections worked out. Just lots and lots and lots of practice. Funny enough, I recently learned from scratch a speedrun for AI Limit. That's the name of the game. So you could kind of watch through my entire learning process for AI Limit. How to save? If you're on PC, literally find the save file on your computer and copy and paste it. If you're on console, tough luck. You might not be able to. So practice is going to be a lot more difficult and a lot slower if you're on console.
Bless you.
What do you think is the biggest difference in learning speedrunning throughout different games from when you first started to now? I don't know. I don't know that there is a big difference that I've noticed. Maybe honestly just being more willing to practice. I think when I first started, I wanted to just do runs. So my first run, you know, I didn't know that much and it took like 3 hours. Whereas nowadays I will practice and practice and practice, and so my first run isn't gonna be great, but it'll be, you know, coherent. I'm not gonna get stuck on the final boss and fight them over and over and over and over and over again. Probably. Because like an hour and a half of my first run was just fighting Emma and Ishin and dying over and over. So having the willingness to practice is probably one of the bigger changes. Because when you start, you just like, I want to speedrun. And so you just kind of send it, but then you're likely to get stuck. And a lot of people will get stuck and then even reset over and over again when they are not even, they don't even really know the run. And then it's so slow. It's hard to make any progress if all you're doing is resetting till you get it perfect. Like imagine, you know, you need to get a perfect first split in order to even try the second split. And then you need to get a perfect first and second split to even try the third split. When you don't know any of them yet. Like, the progress can just be so slow if you're trying to just send runs and you're resetting. Nice. Split was renamed, yes. Split has been renamed. Roberto. I think also probably another difference from when I started to now is a greater attention to detail. I think when you start, you kind of ignore... I'm going gotchinless. You don't look at, like, the exact lines. You don't necessarily go back and go, wait, what exactly did he do in this situation where this was here? You know. Whereas now, I'll look at all of that. I will pause. I'll go in 0.25 speed. I'll watch the same section 10 times. And then try it out. And then try it, you know, watch it 10 more times. I don't want to die to Centipede here. Unlucky, and by unlucky I mean unskilled. I definitely messed it up. A lot of time loss. Yeah. Well, that's probably a dead run, but technically not yet. So that was a little scary. Kind of always is, but... Dipped my toes in the poison. Just a little dip, just to see if it was warm. Nice, almost a gold there. I keep trying to glance over at chat and realizing, no, I have some important movement to do right now. I can't look away. Use Mortal Draw in this game either, but speedruns make it look like so strong. It's very strong. It's it used to be very weak, unusable. And then they buffed it in a patch. Now it's very strong. Use it all the time. Gotchingless menuing, yep. It was a little slower than usual because of it, but... You're an Ichimonji enjoyer? Same. Alright, I pretty much have to gold the final 3 splits to, get under 29.15, so... We risk it. For the possible potential biscuit. Beautiful. Beautiful phase 1. Can you dead angle with Ichimonji? You know, I've never tried. So I don't know. Unlucky. Not a gold ape. Not bad. Probably like 2 seconds off gold, but not a gold ape because he ran away. The monk kill looks so easy and it's so hard to do. Yeah, it's tough. Oh, just kidding. A gold, actually, because we have so much time to save on that split. Still a gold. Are there any combat arts better than Mortal Draw? Overall, no. Mortal Draw is the best overall combat art. But on specific encounters, Sen Throw can be stupidly good. Dragon Flash can be... Well, that's a prosthetic, I guess, Sen Throw. Dragon Flash can be better if it can hit a headshot, or if you need it with confetti. That was one of the weirdest demos I've seen. Kind of worked. I'm dead. Unfortunate placement of the fire. Nothing I could do. Well, what I could have done is be very slow and avoided the fire, but then I couldn't have PB'd, so. Had to send it and just pray that somehow the fire didn't hit me, but somehow the fire hit me. How do I jump when I finish her? Because it's faster. A regular death blow is slow, yeah.
Sekiro.
Are they only used in all bosses and mini bosses? Dragon Flash is used in all bosses and mini bosses, and then Sen Throw and a few other things are used in the Gauntlet speedruns, which are done in New Game Plus, where you have access to everything. 29-36. I mean, it was close. It technically had a chance, even up to Ishin, but then just got really unlucky on Ishin. Technically possible. And that was after some disastrous stuff in the mid-game that put us behind. The same with Ogre, that doing the death blow from behind is a shorter animation. Yes, much shorter on Ogre. Much, much, much shorter on Ogre. All right. Would you say it's harder to get a no-hit run or good time speedrun in the game in terms of practice? Depends. Depends on what you mean by a good time. Getting a no-hit run is probably about as hard as getting, like, I don't know, for this run, like a sub 30, like 4 or something time. Depending on the strats you use. If you want to do, like, actually, you know, optimal fast strats, you could genuinely get like a sub 34 with your hitless run. If you wanted to do really slow strats, though, you could you potentially get that easier. Yo, what up, Selges? It's a very slow tutorial. I'm not entirely sure why. I wasn't paying that much attention. Is the reason you don't submit your PB because you're sitting at a pretty number 100? No, it's because I keep being lazy. And telling myself, well, I don't need to submit this PB. I'm just going to beat it tomorrow, and then I'll submit that PB instead. When I could just submit all of them, it just takes the tiny amount of effort of highlighting each PB on my Twitch and then filling out the little form of just what was your time, link to the VOD, press submit. If I could snap my fingers and have all of my PB runs submitted, even the old ones, I would do that, but... It was almost a really good ogre, but that last lunge just got him out of my range. Download the speedrun.com mods with 60 runs all sent together. Well, I'm a speedrun.com mod. It would be 60 of my runs sent together to me that I would then verify all of my runs. Almost. No, it sucks. I prefer to do SL1 runs. More fun, in my opinion. No, I generally agree. I like ones where you don't have to reset a lot. But in something like Sekiro, hitless is actually quite fun. It's a short enough, reasonable enough length of attempt for each hitless run that it's pretty fun. My only problem is I tried to do hitless and speed, so I was kind of forced to do some risky strats and kind of hope that they work, and that was a mistake. If you just do hitless and you're okay with doing like the slow, you know, Gachin Gunford and stuff like that, then it's pretty fun. Does that weird lock-on strat at the beginning actually save time? Yes. Yes, it does. But I'm not doing it because it saves a small enough amount of time, generally much less than 1 second, that I just can't be bothered for where I'm at right now. Nice. Nice. Ah. Should be able to get 3 hits in there. Somehow I must have delayed. It's not the end of the world, but could have been faster. Is there a speedrun category with no Genichiro in a corner like strat? Sort of like a play as intended. No, there is not. If there was, people would just do the same thing with Geni not in the corner. You can see it actually in the current world record of this strategy. They start doing the same thing in the middle of the room. And then it just doesn't really work to try to ban that particular technique. However you try to word it, however you try to... make it, it always is possible to find a way to justify still doing it. So it can be a fun personal challenge if you like. I mean, I say challenge, it's much easier to kill him normally than it is to do any of the dead angle strats, but it's not really something that can be enshrined in a rule set. Casually doing double canyon while answering. Yep, just casual. And he kind of breaks with his back to the wall anyway. Can't get an arrow off. Yeah. Okay, well, that was weird. Horrible. Why do you refuse the quest thing? To get Ishin / Tengu to move. Oh, this is... I kind of need the health back, but this is gonna be slow. It's gonna be really slow. Because I didn't get the idle off before the prompts. But I had to do it. Smartest thing I could do to keep the run alive. Because yeah, if I got hit by that shuriken there, I would actually just be dead. I do homeward to the idol before sitting at it, because you get it automatically when you kill the bull, so that you don't get locked out. Because the door closes after you go through. It's It's one of a few idols that you get automatically. Really good Genny. Good double lightning. And honestly, the idol did not like lose us any time. I thought it would because we didn't get it off before the pop-ups, but no, it was totally fine. The double. What's the hardest category in FromSoft games? To my knowledge, it's probably Sekiro, Shura, Unrestricted with Jimmy Skip. Though technically there might also be Immortal Severance Unrestricted that also uses Jimmy Skip, but I'm back. Did I get the 2915? Not yet. Two Gods Glitchless? That category was kind of chill, actually. I mean, it was hard to, you know, world record and all, but it was kind of chill just to run. Why insert a thing? Because it's faster. Oh wow, that's a really nice elevator time, actually. I still need to delete my gold on elevator because it's back before we got Mikiri counter. But this one, within a second of that time, that's really good. Alright, solid. Use mouse and keyboard because there's an advantage or just personal preference? Just personal preference. You could argue there is like the tiniest of advantages, but it's effectively none. Where can I save the most time? On Ishin, on the very final split. And also, weirdly, on Snake Eyes. I'm not sure why, but I can save like 2 seconds on Snake Eyes for some reason. That's not great. Please don't escape. Okay. Should be fine. Just lost, like, a second. Ring the bell.
Nuko.
Not bad. Man, I love this game. It's so good. It's only FromSoft game bold enough to just be a bop it. Deflect it. Deflect it. Ikiri it. Jump it. Deflect it. Dodge it. We go no Gachin again. Ah, damn. Damn. No. No. Rip the run. Rude. This is why we usually go gotching, but I wanted to save the time. But sometimes you get unlucky. What's the difference in parry and deflect? Parry is Dark Soul. Well, Elden Ring is your example most people would know. In Elden Ring, your parry, you press the button and your character goes. And when you press the button, it does nothing, 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 active. Nothing, end. And so it's really annoying to time because you press the button and nothing happens for a while. And then eventually something happens, and that's when you need to get the parry to happen. And then if you get a parry, it'll like their attack will like bounce off, and oftentimes you can get a riposte and whatever. But the main thing is it's really annoying to time because it doesn't happen when you press the button. It happens way later. A deflect is press the button, deflecting. Frame 1, you go from not deflecting to deflecting. And then you're still deflecting, still deflecting, still deflecting. Now you're blocking, blocking, blocking. So it's right when you press the button, it's a set time of deflecting, and then after that is blocking. But if you successfully deflect an enemy, it might stop their attack, but it's not going to leave them like open to a riposte or anything. That's the difference between a parry and a deflect. And in a lot of games, both exist. In Elden Ring, they have parries with the shields. There's also the deflecting hard tier that can have deflects. So you just press the block button, and if you time it right, you get a deflect. Lies of P has perfect guarding, which is like deflecting. And then it also has certain fable arts that are parries. They call them guard parries in Lies of P. Kazan has both deflects and parries. It has Brink guards is the name for its deflect, and then its reflection, I believe, is the name for its parry. So it's two separate mechanics, and a lot of the games often have both of those mechanics in them separately. Did I get a new PB? No, Run died in Gunfort. Run died in Funfort. Works similarly, but deflects are 53,498 times more fun because they feel like fighting, not learning to play a video game about fighting. Yeah, they feel intuitive. They feel like you can time it yourself. You can see the attack coming and go, I'm going to time my deflect now, right before it hits me. Whereas with a parry, you have to go, okay, I press the button now as his elbow starts to come forward so that the parry will be active when it finally hits me. You have to play this mini game of looking for like a spot on the enemy's body where you can go, okay, right when their elbow is here, I press it. Or right as they turn their shoulder, I press it. Or right as they like bring their head up to slam down, I press it. Like, you have to play this mini game of looking for spots on their body to time it. Whereas a deflect, you just watch their actual attack. So that's why I like deflects a lot better. When the game came out, played for like 2 hours, absolutely had a bad time, then never touched it for like 3 to 4 years after gave it another try. Understood the combat. It was mind-blowingly fun, yeah. That's your favorite. It really is one of those where you have to play the game the way the game wants you to play it. But when you do, it's like, oh, that's why they want me to play it that way. Deflect is timed guard as we continue. I've come to know it. Parry is counter move, which is supposed to be a high risk, high reward. Right. And there can be defensive options that are sort of a mix of the two of them. You can have ones that activate instantly but open the enemy for a riposte. Those are what we call overpowered. Or you can have ones that are delayed, but don't give you much reward. Those are what we call mega ass. Games tend to not really use either of those too often. Except Dark Souls 1, I believe, had a instant on press that gives you a riposte. The Dark Souls 1 parry, I think, was like super overpowered. But I haven't played it in a while, but that is what I've been told. That's what I've heard. That the DS1 parry is super overpowered. No Gachin in Gunfort? Correct. It saves time to not use Gachin. We almost got through, but unfortunately got shot multiple times. In Night Rain, deflecting made you a parry god, went from parrying not to be able to parry anything first try for some reason. Deflecting made you a parry god, or deflecting made you a deflecting god? Did you switch words there on purpose or on accident? Deflect made you a parry god. So doing the deflects in Night Rain on Executor made you suddenly able to do the shield parries that have a completely different timing. Well, that's strange. That's weird. Probably you just had enough fun with them that you were willing to commit to learning the parry timings. It probably didn't actually help you at all, just built your confidence. Nice. Good ogre. Nice. Weird phase 1. It was almost kind of cool, but was very confusing. I think that's an okay Yobu. Not a good one, but I think we'll be in the green because I think my PB had kind of a bad Yobu. Or we might be barely in the red, but we shouldn't be far in the red. Yay, nice. In the green. Oh, well, that's probably a dead run then. Oh, unless... Saved. Wow. I just went way around the bull to try to keep the guy on the other side, and it worked. I mean, it was slow in the end, because I didn't get the attacks I wanted then from the bull. It was weird, but not a dead run. Nice. Oops. Good luck. It's a world record currently 27:59. Not the greatest, Genny. Does the door jump do anything? If done right, it can shorten the, like, waiting time before or after the cutscene that plays there that you skip. That doesn't count against your time. The timer is stopped there anyway, so it doesn't do anything to actually improve your speedrun.com time. But it does save, like, half a second of our lives, so you're welcome. I give you half a second every time I do that strat successfully. Thank you. You're welcome. Put that half a second back on. I use these speedruns for workout sets. No. Sorry. I'm taking that half a second out of the speedrun forever. Is that why we have daylight savings? Because I accumulate so many half seconds? That's exactly it. Yep. I did a run today of 2 times distracted with a real time of 40-30. What's the sum of loading and extra time you have to subtract to convert it to IGT? You don't convert it to IGT. Was it on console or PC? If it's on PC, you should have live splits running and make sure to activate it and make sure to select game time. Then it will be showing the game time. If you are on console, make sure at the end you quit out and show the in-game time in the game. Either way, there's no converting to be done. You should just be showing the game time. That works. Daylight savings. Whose idea is that? Whose idea was that? I have to use live split on that run, but it was set on real time. I will not have saved the run. Then unfortunately, either the run will get rejected, or you will just be given the real time that you had, which would be worse than what your in-game time should be, but there's no just way to convert it. Next time, just make sure to set it to game time, make sure it's working, and I'm sure you can get a better PB, and then have a better run in the future. Ow. Effortless? Well, takes a lot of effort to make it look effortless. You gotta practice a lot to make it look like it takes no practice. Ring the bell's just for swag, yeah? Yeah, for swag and good luck. Bad menuing. Probably could have been in the green there. All right, we're going gotchinless again. That's not good. Okay, all I need is a perfect centipede and we're fine. No, box memed! Second phase was fine at least. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. I did it right. I actually did it perfectly. And I got box memed. That jump, yeah. All the way to the very bottom. Nice, basically tartar gold. 2915 is possible. Good, Miss Noble. The impossible fight we did. Oh. Haven't gotten stuck on that pole before. My health giving you anxiety. I mean, nothing can hurt me. It's fine. Miss Noble versus Soldier of Godric. I mean... hate to say it, but Rick would obviously win. Probably sub 2915 is probably no longer possible. Well, unless we get a perfect ape, which we haven't done yet. I still have never gotten a perfect ape in a run. He's always trolled at least a little bit. Ooh, big damage missing. No. Yeah, well, never mind. Not possible to PB. I tried to risk every millisecond I could, and it did not work. He missed me, and I buffered the attack because you have to buffer it in order to get it in time. Why does he keep missing me like that? Well, it's not possible to PB, but I did say I was going to try working out before bed anyway to see if it helps me sleep better. What skill do you get in this category? Just Mikiri? Mid-air combat arts is the most important one. You also get Mikiri, and it's nice, but mid-air combat arts is the most important one because it does a lot more damage. Jump MD, yep. Little bad, but good enough. I mean, it's a dead run, so anything would be good enough, but...
再び修羅
Very nice, Ishin.
Sekiro よって言われぬか
All right, 29, 43. Ugh. Ape trolling and centipede trolling, and otherwise, solid run. Otherwise, would have been PB. All right, all right. Over the GGs. With that, I'm officially tired. I actually was tired that whole run. I was zoning out at half of it. I still played very well, clutched up, you know, in a lot of places, but I was zoning out. I was, oh, right, that's where I am. Quickly, look left, do the thing. So, definitely, I think we'll call that good for the night. Let's... Let's raid Zoodle, who's playing Elden Ring Dungeon Crawler Challenge. I don't know what that is, but sounds fun. Thank you, thank you. All right, have a good night. But I skipped ahead. Have a good. What do I say? Thank you. Do I start with that? Have a good night, or morning, afternoon, evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be, and thank you all for watching. I'll see you later, everyone. Bye bye. Is that what I say? What do I say? I'm tired. Pretend I said it right. Pretend I said all the things that I said there and did them right. Yes, you say that. Okay, good. Then yeah, all of that. Anyway, have a good one, everyone. Bye bye.